in hierdie gedeeltes. Ons drugs word Weskaap toegestuur. Hierdie manne sit vir 6 maande, tot 12 maande, sit hulle buitekant rond. Dan maak hulle weer nuwe geld vir prokureurs. As daai drugs se uitslae kom uit die Weskaap uit, dan is hierdie mense 'n nuwe identiteit, want hierdie foreigners is baie skerp met tegnologie. Of die docket is weg en ons government is stil daarvoor. Ons soek 'n laboratorium wat onmiddellik kan sê wat se drugs is hierdie, hoe gevaarlik is hierdie drugs. Ons kan hierdie mense so vry laat loop nie, deur die goedheid van ons harte. Die ander ene, premier-president, ons het 'n nuwe mark oopgemaak. Ons het skroot, ons sê scrapyards. Daar's geen kontrole oor die scrapyards nie. Ek het self foto's gegaan neem by die scrapyards. Ek het koper gegaan kry. Ek het dit aangekla by die polisie. Toe hulle daar kom, toe hulle dit weggesteek. Die polisie gee scrapyard lisensies te maklik uit. En onze kinders, hulle steel. Onze kinders word geverneder. Hulle word geslaan. Want hulle breek in. Hulle is verslaaf gemaakt deur hierdie foreigners. Asseblief, president, ons wil hê, u moet vir ons help. Ons is baie daar, sonder krag, sonder water, dan is ons kabels gesteel. Terwille van hierdie skroot, u moet asseblief intervene. Asseblief toch, die influx van buitenlanders, ek het dit vlug genoem, dit is onaanvaarbaar. Onze erwe, onze arme mense se erwe, word van onze munisipale beamptes verkoop. Hulle word verkoop aan die foreigners. Daar is nie 'n plek, premier. Ek gaan oor onze kinders. Want hierdie mense kom met een doel. Ons het hierdie mense toegelaat, omdat ons gevoel het, hulle het oorlog in hulle se land. Hulle het hongersnood in hulle se land. Maar hierdie mense het sonder genade gekom. Hulle het gekom om onze kinders te kom doodmaak. Ons het nie 'n toekoms meer nie. Onze kinders sterwe. Onze kinders pleeg selfmoord. Onze kinders hang hulle op. Onze kinders is verslaaf. Ons het nie leiers vermoor nie. Asseblief, onze kinders is werkloos. En hierdie wat ons die meeste sonplase het.
Baie dankie, baie dankie.
Die meeste sonplase. Maar ons werk nie. Ons kry 30% wat hulle moet spandeer. Maar hulle spandeer dit so dat dit nie vir ons mense benefit nie. Ons het die meeste myne, maar ons is die armste.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie.
Ons gaan 'n hof bou.
Ja.
Ons
Thank you very much.
gaan 'n hof bou, maar daar kom daar mense van ander provinsies om ons werk te kom vat. Terwyl daar mamas sit.
Malibongwe.
Wat nie werk.
Malibongwe.
In die naam van die Here, ek smeek
Baie dankie.
onze jong kinders. As u aftree en as u aftree, waar gaan ons leiers kry? Onze kinders hierdie foreigners, hulle het net met een doel gekom. En as ons daarvan praat, dan sluit hulle vir ons toe. Hulle sê ons pleeg xenofobie. Ek seën u, die Here seën u.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Kan ons asseblief net seker maak? Maar om onze tyd te spaar, as iets klaar genoem is, kom ons herhaal dit nie weer nie. Let us not repeat something that was already raised, please. Thank you very much.
Goeiemôre, middag alle hooggeplaastes. Ons geagte president, se baie voorreg die vir my. My naam is Anita Botsabi. President, ek het eintlik baie van, maar ek gaan die van gee, omdat ek met die van gewerk het, die probleem wat ek nou het. Geagte president, ek het gekom, my kinders het my gestuur, niemand op hierdie aarde kan my help met hierdie probleem nie. My man word in 2008 doodgetrap. En in 2011 word ek uitgebetaal aan R90.000 sonder 'n papier. Die prokureur wat my gehelp het, sy naam is Henny Becker. Die probleem wat ek vanmiddag kom, president, my kinders was so klein. My babatjie was 2 jaar het in my borste gedrink. My tweede kind was 7 jaar oud. My oudste seun was 9 jaar oud. Baie swaar gekry. Moeilik vir hulle groot gemaak. Meneer president, is dit dan nie my reg om te weet? Die prokureur laat my 4 papiere inval, waar ons elkeen sy naam op staan. Die prokureur skel my. Hy wil nie my papiere gee. Ek sê laat my kinders is mos klein. Die dag as my kinders groot word, dan soek my kinders antwoorde. Tot hierdie vandag toe my kinders mondig word en groot word, toe vra die kinders vir my, nou my ma is daar dan nie beleggings nie. Ek het nie 'n papier wat ek my kinders kan wys nie. Daarvoor kom pleit ek vanmiddag by die president om my te help met hierdie probleem. Jy weet as ek so lê en te dink, so nader met my kinders, hoe moeilik gaan dit, en die prokureur het 'n lewe vandag. Baie dankie president, baie dankie nasionaal.
Baie dankie.
Ek is mevrou Maria Kok, woonagtig in Roudale by 1. Ek is van by 1. Ek het vir my vanmôre, vandag vir my 'n baie belangrike dag om self met die president te praat. Die premier het ek het kom al lang jar met die premier. Voorsit gesê, ek het 'n wit kop gehad, nou so 'n swart kop, nou het ek 'n wit kop en grys, maar ek wil staan dat ek kan praat, ek is benoud sit. President, ek vra vandag, ek praat vir die ou mense, die NGO's, dienssentrum, oral in Northern Cape, spesiaal Kalksloot, die mense die toilets, die mense sukkel vir 'n grond om 'n sentrum te bou. Ek was gelukkig in Rosedale van die munisipaliteit, het my gekaver om soek omdat ek 'n ANC tronk, het ek daar 'n plek vir ons ou mense. Maar die belangrikste, die ou mense, al die dienssentrum, daar is geld die. Daar is geld die mense, ons sit nou by die huise, want ons kyk die mense gaan met sentrum toe oor kos, maar word niks ingebetaal nie. Die bankrekenings van ons is toegemaak, maar word nie geld ingebetaal nie. Maar nietemin, ek sê dit vandag vir die president, dat iemand aandag gee aan die ou mense. Hierdie jeug wat hierdie man nou praat van jeug, die jeug was nie in die strakel nie. Dit was ons. Ek ken vir Upington, ek het gebore hier, ons het swaar gekry. Ek kan met jou praat soos jy wil, president. Ons het in 1 jaar gebore, ons het wat 10 jaar en jy is ewe oud. Soos my voorreg vandag om te kan praat. Ek wil as 2 belangrike goed wat ek vandag, kyk hoe lag Marina, hulle weet ek smaak so. Hier is 'n man die soos was 'n youthnik. I was there. Vandag is hy premier. Ek is hier, ek sien Angie is ook hier, die president van die vrouwlie. Ek is bly. Ek het 2 probleme. Ja, ons weet 1 betier, ek kan praat wat ek wil. Nie se man nie, maar ons weet 1 jaar gebore, 1 kerk het ons gedoop, Lutherhande, die Lutherse kerk. So man is jou ken ek vir jou ken ek sommer van youthnik af. Maar vandag wil ek praat, hierdie man wat 'n mens stop, dat ons kyk jou min so te praat. Nou wil ek praat. Daar's 2 goeie dinge. Ons jeug het nie werk nie. Ek het 2 matrikulante wat klaar geleerd het. Die een is oud, die een het nou Joburg toe gegaan. Hy het al weer terug, hy sal nie werk nie, ek weet. En die ene het ek gestel op Keserma by Pepto. Hy het geswat. Hy het geswat sielkundige, toe die beers opgekom en gebetaal nie. Nou het ek maar weer beersvorms gevat en te kyk, strong uitsies. Ek is baie bly jy's vandag. Luister tog, ek skryf. Ek gaan nie WhatsAppie, want WhatsApp en daai goed bet word nie geantwoord nie. Jy word nie geantwoord nie. Die goed wat die premier gepraat het, ek was daar, het die regte goed gepraat, die waarheid tot ek jy ANC, back to the roots. Daar is nog niks gemaakt hier, ek jou vertel los man. Ek wil aan die minister van onderwys sê, ek het 'n baie groot probleem. Ek was 11 jaar op de governing body van de SSB. Ek was daar. Ek wil net weet, hier nou 'n nuwe mode. Die kinders wat klim is by die skool, jy het jou kind so geleer nie. Nou word hulle expel, skors. Al week gaan die kind die skool toe die week. Dit dan nou eksamen. Hoe kan hulle die kinders skors? Is mos die regie? Is die regie? Ek sê vir die kinders, hy moet volunteer so oud te kind. Ek sê vir hulle, die ANC soek nie ongeletterde mense nie. Jy mis jou graad 11 hê. Nou as die kind geskors word, hoe nou? Ek vra die minister, moet kyk daarna, ek is nie gemaklik met hy skors nie. Dan tweede punt is, wat ek vandag pleit, maar ek wil eintlik daai vir die premier gevra, so persoonlik, maar terwyl jy kan jy mos praat met hom. My seun, ek het baie seer gekry. My man is in COVID tyd. Dus my man oor my oorlede, my seun wat ek geleentheid gegee het, wat ek gedink het, die gaan op gesterwe. Daar los hy dit Dakar. Ek kan nou nie die berrykaart sal ek sê by hierdie spiet kom. Is dit reg? Ek kan nie by die hospitaal kom nie. Ek het gestrem met my heup. Ek kan net praat en ek is wys hier. Ek is dom nie. En as ek daar kom waar pok, hy kan mos net vir my die ek sê jy hoop. So die premier moet maar vir my 'n brief gee of sê my wie is die minister van vervoer, dat ek met hom face to face ook praat. Die kar moet die komberse toegemaak raak. Want ry ek, word ek gevang. Ek moet net R1000 betaal. En het sê dat ek die licensie betaal. Omdat die kinders is nog klein. Hulle sê nog die kerk, maar ek het 'n probleem. Ek moet hospitaal toe gaan, ek moet dokter toe gaan, ek kan nie ergens gaan nie. Is die regie. En ek wil sê, the money, jy het goed gebad, maar die Here sê jou, ek sê let doodstil. Jy moet ek jou vertel met jou praat. Dankie. Jy het gesê, ons moet praat met my voor ek gaan praat. My buik, Abraham Poort wordt gestink. Ek sal my buik met die oor.
Baie dankie mama.
Die president is die land en die dag. Die dag met die president, hy kan sê, ek moet opbouw. Ek nou nie met die kerk, ek sê, ek sal nie my buik, so pijn baas met die ANC, so pijn baas met die graad aan. Ek wil hou nie doen. Maar hierdie mense wat sê, ek sê jou, die jeug, word hier mekaar in die election tyd. Dan moet ons stem jeug stem.
Baie dankie mama, baie dankie. Baie dankie. Where are we now? Can we have the traditional leaders? 3 traditional leaders. Okay, traditional leaders. Traditional leaders. Yeah, thank you. Traditional leaders. 3 minutes. Just identify yourself. Baie dankie, traditional leaders.
Naam en van Charles Henry Alexander. Ek is 'n tradisionele leier van die Griekwa huis, ook as Kooi en San. My onder die leierskap van Chief Stanley Pieterse, as ook die district speaker van die ZFM munisipaliteit. As 'n tradisionele leader wil ek vir die president 'n vraag vra. Daar was alleen aansoek gedoen van die Griekwas. En daar was gevra gewees dat die regering moet terugkom om te antwoord op hierdie aansoek van hierdie grond. Ons sit met 'n paar probleme van ons Kooi en San mense. En dan praat ek ook van die Griekwas wat baie gronde het. Daar was aansoeke gedoen vir die gronde. En die regering het nog nie teruggekom. Ons sê dankie vir die president en ook vir die regering wat dan nou ons as Kooi en San mense erken het in die land. Maar die probleem wat ons mee sit, ons het tradisionele leiers in die land. Van hulle is geërken. Maar nie een van ons leiers of onze Khoi en San en Griekwas het grond in die land nie. Daar word gesê dat die geskiedenis sê dat ons die eerste inheemse volk of nasie van die land is. Ons het erkenning, ons het leiers, ons het konings, ons het royalhuise, ons het chiefs en kapteine, maar ons het die grond nie. Hoe word jy 'n koning, 'n chief? Hoe het jy 'n volk en 'n nasie, maar jy het die grond nie? Ons as die Khoi en die San, ons mense voel soos foreigners in Suid-Afrika. Ons is die enigste mense in die land wat die agtergeblewenes is. Dis waarom daar is nie vooruitgang onder die Khoi en San gemeenskappe. Want ons sit met 'n tweede kopseer. Die foreigners het meer regte. Die foreigners het meer besighede. Die foreigners het ook huise in ons land. En die grootste probleem wat ons sit, meeste van die foreigners het drakhuise. Hulle sit drakhuise op, omdat hulle buit die armoede van ons Khoi en San mense uit. Mense, ek wil vandag sê, dat vergeet die naam van kleerling. 'n Kleerling is nie 'n nasie of 'n ras. Hy het ook 'n taal. Ons as die breingemeenskappe, ons is onder een sambreel as Khoi en San. En ons het verskillende tribes. Ons het verskillende groepe. En ons vra vir die president en die kabinet, luister na die uitroep van ons Khoi en ons San mense. Luister na die uitroep van die toestande in ons gemeenskappe. Ons mense sterwe van armoede. Ons mense sterwe omdat ons nie erken word in ons land en in ons gemeenskappe nie. Ek wil afsluit deur te sê, baie van ons voorouers wat deur hierdie strate en deur hierdie duine en stofpaaie beweeg het, is dood vandag. Hulle trane lê op die grond, omdat hulle was die mense wat hier begin het. Hier was niemand, veral die Noord-Kaap Upington, die eerste mense wat hier in hierdie dorp gekom het, was die Khoi en San. Daar was nie ander mense nie. Daar was nie ander mense. Dat was die Khoi en San. Vandag is ons soos foreigners. Ons word nie na geluister nie. Ons word ook nie geerken. Ons word ook nie gerespek. En self ons leiers word nie gerespek nie. So ons vra vir die president en die kabinet om spoedig na ons terug te kom oor ons gronde en plase. En ook om na ons 'n oplossing te gee. En ek dink vandag is die gunstige dag waar die president en die kabinet vir ons 'n duidelike antwoord kan gee op ons leierskap en ons gronde. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. The second traditional leader.
Ek is Chief Marutobolo van Groenwater, under the jurisdiction of Sansabani. The district is ZF. Ek is a deputy chairperson van Contralysa in die province. My eerste swaarlike punt.
My first challenge.
As the forced removal traditional leaders in the Khoisan didn't recognize in this province. Onze traditionele leiders hier zo wat van die Noordwest afkomen, wat geïncorporeerd is in de Noordkap. Hij zeggen mensen wordt geluisterd in die province, ons die hele forced removal, ons wordt niet geluisterd. En die tweede issue is die CPA's. Ik denk president Ramaphosa heeft samen gepraat bij die conference bij Joburg. Van wat was van die CPA's gepraat. Die CPA's kan niet governance act krijgen van alles op landen van traditionele leiders. Waar moet ons gaan govern is die CPA se vir ons moet govern. I think the CPA is an institution of the government. Hy kan nie so ver gaan nie. Ons soek ons lande terug uit die CPA se. So, as julle vir ons ook kan help, ons sal baie bly wees. Ons kry baie seer in terme van die wet van die Group Areas Act van 1930. Daai wet het alles van ons gevat. Alles, ons het niks tot niks. So, ons weet nie, hoekom word die wet nog by ons gebruik? Hoekom? Van die wet, en die CPA's, ek wil baie kleer wees. Die CPA's was die salga van die nasionale partye daai tye. Ons weet nie wat word die CPA's by ons nou kom ingeset van ons het ons aan ons salgas 1994 gesteek. En by Groenwater wil ook so sê, daar word daai solas. Daai 3 solas wat daar so is op Groenwater se plek. Ons het die hele dokumente. Dis hoekom die tyd wat ons Groenwater toe trek, ons het nie daai plek geklaim van ons weet, hy was deel van Groenwater. Ons het hom nie geklaim nie. Daar's baie areas wat ons nie geklaim het van weet, die tyd van die Vosrimolle, ons was deur mekaar gemaak daarso en weggevat van ons land af. Ons het nie daai plek getraim nie, so ons soek daai plekke terug. En daai boer wat daar so by daai plaas is, hy benefit alleenig. En ons sal nie daai ding toelaat nie. Die tyd van die PO, president premier die PO, daai hulle sê die projek opmaak. Ons was daar. En ek het hom gevra, hoekom kan lyk het die boer kom benefit alleenig? Toe sê vir my, dit kan glad nie doen nie. Dis lemikas, dis gatolopile, dis Tsansabani, die hele Tsansabani moet benefit. Up until now, ons benefit niks, die boer benefit alleenig. En ons grafte is daar so by die plek. Baie belangrijk. En ons het geengage met die government rondom die grafte. Die boer se grafte is nie daar nie. Daar is 'n Engels man se graf daar so met die naam van Skuba. Die tyd van die Tweede Oorlog, het daai man daar kom sterwe, toe sê my oupa Galishewe moet daar begrawe word. Nou daai boer sê daai graf is sy oupa se graf. Ons het die hele dokumente, ons het kom geset word, ons sal die hele dokumente kan hê. So, ons wil hê die government moet ons help, laat daai man nie alleenig benefit, die hele Tsansabani, laat hy daar benefit. Dis hoekom dit so onnodige stryk het daar so wat daar so wees. So,
Kialibu Gantate, baie dankie.
Daai goede moet gevoorsien word asseblief. En ons recognition, laaste, ons recognition,
Our
van die
recognition.
force removal en Khoisan moet op plaas kom.
Baie dankie. Thank you very much. Is our last traditional leader. He's the last one from the traditional leaders.
Marisa, Kwenkia, Kenkwas, geachte president, premier, ik sta hier met de strijd. U weet, ik was een member of the ANC in good standing. Tot iets gebeurde, toen stig ik mijn eigen political party, which is Khoisan Revolution. Currently, I'm the district speaker in coalition with the ANC. The reason why I went with the ANC coalition is because they are the best. When the bill was tabled, Act 3 of 29 in Parliament, 195 MPs voted and 5 against. All our people here in the room that vote for these parties, where are the parties today? Where are the parties today when we struggle here? You are our president. We are engaging with you. I've got only 2 things, Mr. President. The one is I'm also a member of the National Khoisan Council, engaging with you. And the main issue is, Mr. President, land. We're sitting with land in the hands of public works of 1.7 million. Why can these lands not be transferred to our people? Our people are dying because of land claims. Because of land claims. A shortcut. We are struggling in Parliament because the MPs, the guys that swearing, we want land. There's guys in Parliament that say, we want land. But we invite them. to the Kaglighari Park for 3 days, Mr. President, without water and food. Then you will run away. These people have everything for free. You know them, those party of everything for free. We said as Khoisan San, Mr. President, remember last year, if the Khoisan revolution didn't stand here in Upington, the ANC should have lost the entire district in the municipality. But I stood firm with them all these years. All I'm asking is, address the land issue, Mr. President. Because this is a very important thing. Here we're sitting in Upington. I'm staying in a place called Khoisan Valley in Upington, Mr. President. There's no school. There's no hall. There's no development. There's nothing. Around us, there's EPWP projects. But I am in coalition with you, and there's nothing there. So I really need us to address these things. Otherwise, Mr. President, I want to invite all the political parties to come to ZFM and see what is a coalition. We have a good coalition. We don't fight over positions. We want service delivery for our people. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we just be conscious of time, please? All these women organizations, NPOs, each one will get 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Premier. All protocols observed this morning, this day. I'm Padisho Leu, a representative or a chairperson of South African Women in Construction in Northern Cape. I'm just raising a concern, as this organization is in 9 provinces. In Northern Cape, we are not taken seriously. We are not even recognized. So I would like the Premier's office and other departments to really recognize this organization, because it was implemented in 1997 by the late Stella Setau with the aim of empowering women for training in finances. So we really don't want this to die, because even during August, that is the Women's Month, we were not even recognized or maybe honored as women in Northern Cape. My concern again is that in other provinces, Sawik is really being recognized. It's only in Northern Cape. So by this gathering, I would really like Sawik Northern Cape to be highly recognized as from today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, the President, Premier, and all the delegates. I'm Anna Matroos from Kaimus in the Northern Cape, an NPO for the community. We have a soup kitchen and aftercare for children, after school reading and writing. We have a big problem with the government. We are not supported by the government. They always said it's social development. I think the people from the Northern Cape, Kimberley province, they know about me, because we are asking them to assist us. And we moved from the soup kitchen to a garden. And this garden, it's a big problem. The municipality doesn't want to give us water, Mr. President. We are waiting, and the sponsors are there. They gave us, gave us a load of seed. They gave us compost. Yesterday we received 44 bags. All those things are kept now because there's no water available. Now, can you please assist us? We have a lot of problems there in Kaimus. Please come. Also with these foreigners and with the youth, can you please look after a place here in Northern Cape, Upington Social Development? Will you please see that there must be a place for the children after school to go, that they can learn some things. Thank you very much.
Goeiemiddag gemeenskap. Ek is Sandra Betumba van Plangeni. Ek groet die president Ramaphosa. Ek is bly ek kan vandag praat en ek kan luister. Ek dink as ek vandag hier staan, ek het al met die adjunct gepraat, maar vandag is ek so bly
En ek wil hê die president moet diep in sy hart krap as hy vanmiddag luister na ons krete van Plangeni. Plangeni is so 20 minute se ry vanaf hier. Ek is ook bly die minister van education is vanmiddag hier. Want ek dink in Plangeni, daar is 200 huise. En van die 200 huisgesinne is daar 1 matrikulant uit elke huisgesin. En nie een van ons se youth het 'n werk, kry werk met hulle se matrieksertifikate nie. So vandag pleit ek by die president dat hulle kom na die kant van Plangeni en kom kyk na ons youth wat nie werk het nie. Daar is klein besighede. Ek dink ek het eendag geluister na die president se speech oor die radio waar hy gepraat het oor klein besighede wat met 'n push kry. Nou ek dink ons rand daar klein besighede in Plangeni. Daar is geen support vir ons klein besighede nie. So my pleidooi is vandag vir die president dat hulle kom na die kant van Plangeni en kom kyk na die klein besighede sodat hulle ons kan 'n push kry gee sodat ons government kan help met die ekonomie wat met opgaan. Ek pleit vir ons jong kinders. Hulle gaan in die drugs in. Ons education minister van education. Praat julle met die president, julle presidente. Kom na die kant van ons jong mense daar wat matrieksertifikate het, wat nie werk kry nie. Kom kyk wat julle kan doen vir ons jong mense en ek staan so terug. Baie dankie.
Thank you. Yeah, brother.
Goedemorgen. All protocols observed. Ik wil speciaal goedemorgen sê aan die president. I feel this morning like Esther coming. Yeah. My name is Sophia Basson. My mother name is Maya, born in Umtata, but actually married in this area of Rimfasma. And it is wonderful to be part of these people around. So my business is Health Revival Clinic and Trading. But what I'm doing today, I'm actually presenting Women in Tourism. I'm the Deputy Chair of Women in Tourism for the Northern Cape. And then I'm the chairperson for the ZF Ngau area. Then I'm also the Deputy Chair for the forum, the local David Kruiper Business Forum. Then I'm also the ambassador for the She Trade International Women in Business. And I think for some people it's really a surprise today that I'm actually not known. Maybe Premier, did you know that that is the areas that I'm in? Okay. The need that the ladies has, honestly, it is funding. Apparently they say that the Northern Cape doesn't apply. And there is really ladies, even if SIDA can support me in this, they did supply for funding. The problem is when it gets to the national, or maybe I don't know if it's province, but it seems like our business plans are maybe just checked through the financials, but it doesn't read the business plan. And that is what I experienced through my business application. And the other problem is, if I am not being recognized or supported in business, because all my compliances is there. If it's the tax clearance, if it's all the webinars, it's all the trainings, I do the trainings, I didn't receive any funding. The only funding that I received was from economic development, which I'm really thankful for economic development. With the 200,000 that they gave me, I could buy my machineries, and with that, I can actually help and support the people that I have to employ. And the painful thing that I have to explain today, Mr. President, during the COVID time, I actually trained 40 students for nursing. And that 40 students, we need a venue. So the venue, Public Works actually gave it to us, and there was a contract that was supposed to be settled. Mr. Victor passed away because of COVID. So the public people from here, Mr. Temba came from the district, from the province. And then what he said to me is, they're going to take this building and they're going to give it for, economic development. But I said to them, I need to train this 40 people because Yalsito wants to pay for them. And this 40 people, I'm going to use it to give to Surti Hospital, Kakamas Hospital, and then also to Kaimus Hospital. I'm a professional from profession. I've got a practice number. I've got a license for pharmacy. I have to talk to the president about this. So the problem is that one, it's still hanging. So they gave me a building that is the old TB hospital at Cordonia. So that hospital, there's no plumbing, there's no electricity. So that means I can't train them because I didn't receive any funding from nowhere. I applied also now for the TTF fund, which I said to them while the minister was here of tourism, when she came in 2020. I said to her, the COVID pandemic that we have here, the Northern Cape is open. That means I can do we do scanning and we do blood circulation and we do laser treatment. So that means we can reverse the symptoms of COVID. We can also heal it. And that is products that people can use at home. So we can see into the products. We can even support the Department of Health. So that is my need that I want to support the Department of the Health. So the ladies, the president really needs you. Women, but the president needs you. They need your prayers. The parliament needs us because the SMMEs is so much important that we as the group of women in tourism and the other organizations, even the women in construction, that we get together, train our youth, our ladies, and because praying women, I'm telling you, a woman will always have an idea. They will always can support. The president and the premier can't do it without us.
Thank you very much.
We need to support and help them.
Baie
And the
dankie.
thing is also for the funding. It is so important that we as groups, listen, we as groups in the Women in Tourism, which is the organization.
Thank you very much.
The responsibility.
Time is up.
They can take the responsibility to mentor our young people because they say the people are lazy. But if we as organizations mentor them and say to them, this is how you have to handle
Thank
the
you
money.
very much, ma'am.
Because the 200,000 rand which I receive from economic development, every cent I actually can prove that I use it, and this is what we need.
Malibongwe.
Thank you very much.
Baie dankie. Let us listen now. Oh, we have finished all the sectors now. What we want to do now, just listen. We've got 4 municipal areas in ZFM. So we want, from each and every municipal area, we want 3 people to say something. We want 3 from Keigarib. We want 3 from David Kruiper. We want 3 from Gatelopili. And we want 3 from Tsantsabane. And then 3 from Kais. Is that right? Now can we stick to the arrangement? Can we have the 3 of David Kruiper? Can we have 3 people of David Kruiper? Only 3. David Kruiper. David Kruiper municipality. Only 3 people. No. Okay, yeah, just wait. We want 3 people from David Kruiper. Just go back, yeah, no, it's fine. You will get an opportunity, it's fine, just stand back. Julle sal 'n geleentheid kry, mense. Kom ons staan. It's fine, just wait. Stand back. Just stand back.
Can we, colleagues, just 1 second. Sorry.
Okay.
Net 'n oombliekie. Okay, sister, net 'n oombliekie. Kom ons beweeg net bietjie terug asseblief. Dan gaan ons orde kry. Net bietjie terug, dankie. Net nog bietjie terug. As ons nie terug beweeg nie, gaan dan net so bietjie terug asseblief. Baie dankie.
All right, David Kruiper. Where are the 3 of David Kruiper? 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. No, you will get another chance. Just wait. Meneer, jy sal weer 'n kans kry. Ja, no, wait. No. Mense, kan ons net orde hê? Ons gaan weer vir julle geleentheid gee. Ons begin met 3 trees, wag net. Ons soek 3 mense van David Kruiper. Laat die ander staan. Ons sal weer anders gee, wag net. Okay, these are the 3. Right. Just wait. Wag net. Okay. Can the first one start? Julle sal praat hier vir ons. Wees net geduldig. Okay. Okay, you can speak. Praat maar.
Goedemiddag, achtbare president. Dit is vir my 'n baie voorreg. Opsin
Where's our other officials who can assist us?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Can everybody go and sit down? Can everybody go and sit down? Go and sit down. Go and sit down, everybody. Yeah, everyone must go and sit down.
Kom ons gaan neem
Let's go and sit down. All of you go and sit down. All of you go and sit down. Everybody go and sit down. Go and sit down. We are not going to proceed until you sit down. Go and sit down, everybody. Go and sit down. We are not going to proceed. Go and sit down. Everybody go and take their seat. Because we have not called you in any way. You came on your own. Go and sit down. Everyone go and sit down. Can we request, where are the speakers of the municipalities? Where are the speakers of the municipalities? Because we have agreed with them that they must manage the speaking people. Speakers of the municipalities, where are you? Teve Kreper, where is the speaker? Where is the speaker? David Kreper. We want the local municipality speakers. Can you sit down, everybody? Can we have those who are to speak from David Kreppel raising their hands? No, raise your hands. From David Kreppel Municipality, raise your hands. Raise your hands. Everybody that is here must go and sit down. I don't know what is this movement here. Speaker, can we make sure everybody that is not supposed to be here leave this area? Can we leave this area? Everybody that's supposed to be here, can you go and sit down? Go and sit down. Okay, I'll hand over to you, MEC. We'll take 4 from no, we'll take 4 from David Kreper. No, you don't stand up. If you don't stand there, we're not going to recognize you. If you stand up, we said raise your hands, not stand with your feet. Raise your hands. If you are standing, we're not going to recognize you. Proceed.
Okay. Just raise your hand. Where you are sitting, just sit there and raise your hand. I will recognize you. Leg net your hand up, het gaan vir jou geleentheid gee. Can we go with the mic to the person that I'm pointing? Can you go to the person? There's number 1. Just look at me. Can you go? There's number 1. Can you go to her? That one is number 1. And I want to spread it as far as possible. There's number 2, the lady with the white. And then we've got number 3. I'm coming that side. Number 3 is the guy with the white cap. Is number 3. And then we come this side. Number 4. And then also daai groot man daar met die blou overall, number 5 with the specs. Those are the 5 from David Kruiper. In that order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you can start. Can we just assess the roving mics? There's no sound. Okay.
Goedemiddag, achtbare president. Ik is Katrina Jobson van wijk 10. Actually, beter bekend als Ausketi. President, ik denk ik kom zo terug na een paar jaar waar die hospitaal opgemaakt het. Ik doe aanzoek bij die hospitaal samen met mijn chairperson dat jaar van die wijk. En het komt toe uit dat de chairperson van mij zei dat ik is onsuccesvol. Ik heb net matriek. Ik heb niet verder geleerd. Ik heb nog maar geaanvaard en ik heb voorbij beweeg. Daar komt posten uit bij het departement onderwijs, die scholen. Ik ga voor 6 interviews bij verschillende scholen, zover als Booplas. En bij een van die scholen word ik als een doodgewone schoonmaker geërkend het liefst. En dan kom ik terug. Ik aanvaar weer. Ik ga aan. Dan kom ik hier bij die departement van sports. Ons het 'n baie groot, mooi biblioteek wat miljoene rande ingesit is. Ons word daar aangestel as EPWP-werkers. Ik werk daar, president. 2019, 1 December kreeg ik een contract. Voor 4 maanden. Die 4 maanden het gegaan, ik krijg niet een salaris. Ik vraag die HOD, wat gebeurt hier? Daar is die antwoorden niet. Ik ga terug naar mijn leierschap en ik rapporteer dit. Dat het aangegaan. Ik heb 4 maanden zo te zeggen verniet gewerkt, maar ik is een moeder wat de huis heeft. Na die 4 maanden krijg ik een nieuwe contract. Wat zei ik is nou een jaar aan dienst. Voor een jaar heb ik gewerkt. 3 maanden werk, dan stukelijk, ik krijg mijn salaris. Dan kom je geld, na 3 maanden, dan krijg ik dit. Vooruit 3 maanden wat ik gewerkt heb. Die 4 maanden is nog niet betaald. Ik heb gewerkt voor een jaar. Ons contracten worden er niet, ons krijg een tweede kans. Die 31ste maart die jaar, hoor onze contracten maak nou klaar. Nou, ik vraag maar net. Ik is nou al zo groot, ik ga nog nou naar mijn 50's toe. Wanneer zal ik daar ook nou een permanente werk krijgen? Alles dat ook net vloeren schrop of papieren optel in David Kruiper gebied. Want ik kan ook niet meer. Hulle sê, ons raak ouder niet jonger. Nou morgen wordt het mis voor mij gezegd, ik kan je niet meer aanstellen, want jij is te oud. So ik wil nou weet, president, wanneer krijg ik die geleentheid om ook 'n beselnommer te kan hê. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie. Kan ons haast nommer 2? Kan ons net ons vrae beperk tot 2 vrae asseblief? Kan ons net onze insette beperk tot 2 vrae? Baie dankie.
Ek is Nthabiseng Nyani, coordinator van Nation Against Gender-Based Violence. Ons is die enigste geregistreerde NPO.
Nthabiseng, we don't hear you.
Thank you. Ek is Nthabiseng Nyani. Okay, Pedimont. Okay, thank you. So, okay. Ek is Nthabiseng Nyani, coordinator van Nation Against Gender-Based Violence. Ons is die enigste geregistreerde NPO aan die David Kruiper munisipaliteit. Mr. President, ons sukkel om office space te kry. Ons het al 50 briewe geskryf. Op die oomblik operate ons van my huis af. As ons kliënte sien dan moet my kind uitgaan, is ook 'n gevaar vir haar buite. Ons sukkel om funding te kry. Die mayor ken my, die executive mayor ken my, executive mayor help nou en dan met toiletries en klein goedjies. Ons sukkel met maatskaplike werkers. Na uur is daar die maatskaplike werkers beskikbaar, want hulle val 4 uur uit. Na weke kry jy totaal nie 'n maatskaplike werker nie, want hulle is nie aan diens, hulle werk oor tyd nie. So Mr. President, GBV het immers as 'n second pandemic verklaar op nasionale TV. Maar ons is die enigste geregistreerde NPO in die ZFM in Gauteng, maar ons het niks vir die afgelope 2 jaar nie. So moet ons aangaan om die gemeenskap te help sonder niks, want ons is ook werkloos. Die NPO se account het al toegemaak, want ons het elke maand R100 inbetaal, want daar is die funding wat ons van nergens afkry nie. Munisipaliteit werkers kom ook na ons toe met hulle probleme, but funding, office space as 'n struggle. So ek pleit vir die gemeenskap, nie vir my persoonlik nie. Asseblief, office space and funding for the NPO, Nation Against Gender-Based Violence.
Baie dankie.
Ek is Reinhold Brandt. Ik wil net die president bedanken voor zijn komst hier bij ons, om ons te komen bezoeken in die kabinet. Mijn pleidooi vandaag wil ik de president vragen. Ons het in 2009 het onze plaats teruggekregen. En van 2009 hebben we ons nog geen hulp van die regering afgekregen. Niks, geen hulp. Ons het al verschillende keren met de sectoren gepraat van rural development, land reform. En niemand helpt ons. So wat je kreeg plaats, je kreeg niks, geen hulp van de staat af. En dat was een grond is wat in 1957 van Maalondernemers en ons het hem ingezet in na 1994. En dat was succesvol afgegeven onze plaats. So ik vraag, omdat de minister van Rural Development en Land Reform hier, vandaag hier is, vraag ik de president om voor ons te helpen, alsjeblieft.
To assist us with the fund. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now on this side. Can we come this side? Okay, yes. There's this one, and then that. Okay. Here's the next one.
Goeiemôre president met jou hele kabinet. Ngifuna ukuthi tata ngumntanakho ngisemncinci. Igama lami ndinguNatasha Mbovana. I'm a CHW, community healthcare worker. And we have been doing this job. Others from Afrikaans. Van ons is al in hulle se 50, van ons is al in ons 40, van ons is al by aftree om af te gaan om by die huis te gaan sit.
En sonder die CHW's kan die regering niks maak nie. Want ons is 'n helpende hand vir Department of Health. 2018, ons word nog vertel van die resolution of 2018. En word het mis, toe sê DHO, hulle ons moet vir 'n jaar, 3 jaar kans gee, dat hulle se planwerk in orde kry. Die 3 jaar kontrak is mis nou al verby from 2018. Ons is nou by 2022. Ons is single parents. Ons, selfs die gemeenskap wat vandag hier so sit. Baie van hulle ken ons. Ons trotseer winde, ons trotseer reënde en Upington is baie warm. Even mense wat in die kantore sit, as dit campaigns is, hulle skweel eers, "Yo, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot." But Tina, ons moet uitgaan with the stipend wat ons kry. Ons het 'n persaalnommer. Ja, it's fine. As dit was mooi, ons was bly toe die vorige MEC vir ons die persaalnommers kom gee. Na die persaalnommers, tololo. Hier sit ons vandag nog steeds. Onze kinders kan nie skool kry om verder te loop studeer en is vast nie. Ons kan nie aansoeke doen verander enige werk, 'n kontrak of 'n ander ding nie, want die persaalnommer skop uit. Die persaalnommer skop uit by SARS. Ons kry hierdie watse ding van SARS word ook vir Koreans ook af. En ons paaie verskil. Van ons word gesê as 12,000, van ons word gesê as 8.5 en ons kry nou 4,000 en with some rands. Maar wat ek vandag kom vra vir die president, ek het gesê ons wil nie met die MEC praat nie, want die MEC het al vele male memorandums gekry. Utata next to you, he knows. And last in August, we were there at the Tulu House or whatever, but in the union buildings. Then we marched there, we wanted you, but we didn't get you. So someone else come and take the memorandum that we wanted you to have. Tata, Gauteng is permanent. Gauteng is permanent. If we ask them, how come that Gauteng is permanent, Tina, we are not. En ons is mos in Suid-Afrika, Dani. Ons is mos in een land. Maar hoekom is Gauteng permanent en ons is nie? Daar was die epidemic van HIV and AIDS. Ons het ingeval without a stipend. Ons het die regering gehelp om vir HIV and AIDS te fight. HIV and AIDS het ons gefight and they have fight it with us. Ons het nie gewaarig, ons het nie gestigmatiseer nie, ons het nie gewaarig van TB nie, van ons mense is dood van meningitis. Ons het die beskerming gehad, but we didn't, ons doen dit vir ons mens. Van ons huishoudings is daar mense wat HIV en AIDS had. HIV is nou nie meer, it's a chronic disease. It's chronic. Ons gaan nou by COVID. Yet again. You guys needed our help, our assistance. We got trainings in the field to come and to do the screening without any protecting gear. Now myself, I had 2 times COVID. Some of my colleagues said I have cheated that. I had 2 times COVID. And each and every year, by the grace of God, I have to ask, what will the next effect of COVID have on me the other year? I am in vrees bevangen. Because every time, ek is eintlik sieklik soos ek hier so staan. Ek kom van 'n hart af, ek vind baie goed af. Nou het ek constantly headaches. By die werk, ons in charge het 'n probleem van 'n hospitaal in. Ek slaap in die hospitaal vir 2 weke. But it's not about me. It's about the woman. Because most of us wat die werk doen is vroue. Wat net die salarisse verdien. Maar die regering veil ons. Die regering meen julle veil ons. Ek is baie verhard as ek moet sê. I want to be honest. Ek is baie verhard vir die regering. Want julle kyk hier in ons. Tata, you know hoe Gauteng permanent geraak. Sorry to show you like that. Sorry pa. You know who's Gauteng permanent. Ek wil nie uitbrei nie, but you know. And here in the Northern Cape, so far is ons maar nog obedient, ons is lenient, ons buig. Whenever.
Thank you.
As te veel man.
Sikovile.
Ja man, please. Please. Unless you guys said, me and the president and who put it next to him must have our private discussion so that he can hear our pain. This thing is very painful. Onze kinders kan nie leer nie, onze kinders kan ons nie veel toe vat nie, van is 'n R4,000. Is dit reg? Mense, is dit reg? Die leierskap wat hier so sit. Die MEC's en die wie goed, is dit reg? Is dit reg? Kan dit reg is? Ons lewe van die hand na die mond toe. Jy vat hy 4,000, what is the 4,000? What is the 4,000 really? What is the 4,000? Ons is dankbaar. Ons sê dankie. Ons word gesê jy moet dankbaar is. Jy kan op meel koop. Want daar is wat jy het. Kan jy sulke antwoorde kry? Ons het gehelp met die COVID. Ons het gehelp met HIV en AIDS. Daar gaan weer siekte kom. How many CHWs has passed on from COVID? Word het geken? Nee. Is there a memorial service for them? No. Is there a flower for them? No. Is there any benefits when they're on the ground for their children? We got nothing. Not even a thank you. Many of the CHWs het ingestap in die werk en in die klinieken. Toe loop val hulle dood. Maar is daar iets gehou? Niks. Daar is niks gehou. Nee man, ons is baie, ons is seer president. Asseblief, jou trela. Please, a big place. Look into it that ons geabsorb word with the thing that
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Enkosi kakhulu. Can we give to the next person there? Thank you. Is the last one from David Kruiper. The last one from David Kruiper.
MEC. Which one?
The one with the blue cap.
Goedemiddag, baie dankie. Ek groet die president, premier en die kabinet in die mooie naam van die Here. My naam is leraar Jacobus Lou. Amen. 2018 verloor ek my werk by Dairy Mate en ek gaan na David Kruiper toe gaan gooi my CV in. En terwyl ek my CV ingooi, besluit ek nee maar die Here sal die deur van my oopmaak. Ek is 'n man wat nie rook en drink nie. Maar 2 weke gaan verby, ek gaan terug, ek gaan doen navraag. Een van my vriende sê vir my, nee wat, Loutjie, dit sal nie help nie. As jy nie in die politiek behoort nie, sal jy nie hier werk kry nie. Jou CV lê al by die tip. Ek sê, hoe sê jy man? Hy sê, ja nee, jou CV lê al by die tip. Ok, die tweede punt van my, wat so hartseer is, as ons kom by die tax shops, en ons kom vir belangrike items om te koop, dan hoor ons nie, die eienaar gaan nou kom, hy is gauw besig met iemand. En as die eienaar uitkom, dan kom hy met die tik, of hy kom met die okkerpijp kole, of hy kom met die geure van die okkerpijp, en hy wat belangrike ding koop, soos koffie en suiker, moet nou eers wacht. Jy moet nou terugstaan, dat die man nou eers klaar gebehandel word. Julle moet asseblief vir ons kyk na hierdie taxshops in Upington. Baie dankie. En die tweede, die laaste punt is my ou mense. As ek by die ou mense kom, ek kry ek baie seer van, dit is die mense wat altyd in 'n besigheidplek moet terugstaan. Dis die mense wat altyd moet maar terugstaan en sê nee, gaan julle maar eers voor. Ons moet kyk na ons mense wat in baie groter jare is en baie dankie, mag die Here seën. Amen.
Baie dankie. Ons is nou klaar met David Kruiper se 5. Ons gaan nou na Kai Gariep. Kai Gariep se 5 hande. Ons is by Kai Gariep. Kai Gariep. Kai Gariep. Let me see hands of Kai Gariep. Kai Gariep. 1. Here's the one of Kai Gariep. Daar is nummer 2, daar agter wat so spring. Kai Gariep. Daar is nummer 3. Van Kai Gariep. Daar is nummer 4. Kan ons daar die 4 geleentheid gee van Kai Gariep? Ons sal weer vir David Kruiper gee. Ons nou by Kai Gariep. Kai Gariep. Kai Gariep. Ok. Nummer 1. Kan ons praat? Kai Gariep.
Mike, please.
Baie dankie vir die geleentheid. Baie dankie vir die geleentheid wat ek kry. Ek is van Kaigerriep, ek is 'n military veteran van Kaigerriep. Ek praat in verband met Kaigerriep military veterans. Ek wil net die president vra, wat het geword van die military veterans van Kaigerriep se benefit? Ons kry geen benefit van die military veterans nie. Ons is nou 6 huise gebou, maar in die ZF en Gouwstreek is 6 huise. Hier lê 4 in Upington, wat nog 16 wat nog nie gebou is nie. Military veterans word nie gehoor in Kaigerriep nie. Ek het nou 2-3 weke verskeie briewe na die burgemeester, na die speaker toegeskryf. Niks gebeur nie. Ons gaan tot by die munisipaliteit. Daar's niemand wat ons kan help in verband military veterans nie. Ons is die military veterans wat gebeklei het vir hierdie aarde. Ons het ons ouers, ons vrouens, ons kinders agtergelaat om te gaan beklei vir hierdie Suid-Afrika, maar ons word nie geluister nie. Ons wil ook weet wat het geword van ons pensioen. Ons military veterans sit honger. Ons medies, ons moet uit Upington en hike om in 8 saai kom dokter te sien. Dan as ons daar kom, dan is die dokter al geonttrek, want ons is te laat. Ons moet van ver af kom om dokter te kom sien. As military veterans. So ek vra asseblief, president, die military veterans, die ou veterane, Eerste Wêreld, Tweede Wêreldoorlog, net die veterane, as honger. Hulle is honger, hulle is dors. Ek vra asseblief, daarna moet gekyk word. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Number 2, Kaigerriep. Okay. Can we just stick to 2 issues, please? Just 2 issues.
Hallelujah. Ek is 'n welverdiende sondaar, gered deur die genadehand van die Here. U weet, ek wil net die waarheid praat vanmiddag. I just want to speak the truth. Here comes David Mabuza there to Plankeni in Blauskop, where the people are very, very, very poor. In the time of the birthday of the ANC. Here he says township, dorpsstichting and all this stuff. No houses until today. We are still raining wet. The minister should have come there to Plankeni this week. But because of the president that being here, now the minister was removed. And the people in the community, corruptive leadership, without the passion for the poorest of the poor. They are there for some money to make some pay, but they don't care about the people. Where is the passion of the community leaders? There's nothing wrong with the name ANC, but corruptive leadership enriching themselves, don't care for other people. It is wrong. You are speaking to the national provincial leader of Spectrum National Party, and my name is Larry Hemner. Bring Plankeni's houses with immediate effect or else.
Thank you very much. The housing issue. Where's number 3? Number 3. There's number 3. The white cap. Yes.
I thank you for the opportunity. My name is Cyril. I'm from Kakamas. The issues I want to talk about is the Kakamas Water Users Association. I did have an engagement with the Premier, Dr. Samani Soul, at my house. So we discussed the issues. We were 20 dismissed employees.
Sorry. Can you just give your name?
My name is Henry Kutsia from Kakamas.
Henry Kutsia from Kakamas. Okay.
Kaigerriep. I am part of 20 dismissed employees. We were dismissed in 2017. We participated in an unprotected strike. So on 12 December 2017, our employer Kakamas Water Users Association dismissed all 20 of us. So what happened, we referred it to the CCMA. After that, it ended up at the Labor Court. And what happened in 2016 till 2020, there was reports released from the Department of Water and Sanitation. The first report was released in 2018, and it stated that the dismissed employees must be reinstated with immediate effect. That report was issued by the Minister Gugulen Conti. The second report was issued by Minister Lindiwe Sisulu in 2020. It also stated that the board must be dissolved in Kakamas and the dismissed employees must be reinstated. And up until today, nothing happened. 2020, the current minister of the Department of Water and Sanitation, Minister Zenzo, sent a directive to Kakamas Water Users Association, who also stated in the recommendations that all 20 dismissed employees must be reinstated with immediate effect and the board must be dissolved. Up until today, nothing happened. Here with me, I have the 2 reports and the directive also. So, my question is, implementation, when will it happen? This is the only question that I have for the Department of Water and Sanitation. I thank you.
Mike. Yes, number 3, on my left-hand side. Thank you.
Molweni, igama lam ndingusandiswa Mvumvu. This is for the President and the Premier. Mr. President, Mama Wam went to exile in 1975. She's here from the Northern Cape. Mama was 1999. What happens, Mama Wam was in exile. She went to Freedom Mahlangu College. Even I was also born in exile. The very sad part is, Mr. President, oko ndizamunika abantu information kamama. Nobody is coming back with me with an info. Ndihleli le history kamama. Abantu, their names are over estratweni. People have got tombstones. People have been celebrated. But mna engathi ndihleli nje information. Ndihleli with every evidence about Mama went to exile. Mama strive for this freedom. But today it seems like andihoyekanga. Ndifuna ubuza namhlanje kumbutho walapha kweNorthern Cape. Kutheni ndizawuhlala le history kamama wam? Nobody ondihoyileyo. Mr. President, ndisokole mna ndime apha. Level 3 social development. Ngonhleli apha. Umama wam went to exile, but today I can recognize one. 1975, I've got it in black and white. Mla ndizalelwe khona. Umama wam was deployed in Germany by the very ANC. She came back in 1992. And then in 2013, I got a chance to meet with Uvuyiswa Thomas, where she wrote a biography about Umama Wam. And I got to meet Opitz Olibua, who were also in exile that time. Since then, Ndiazama, the very same organization that my mother worked for, information, but nobody's doing anything. I've been knocking to many doors. President, I am knocking on your door today. Let my mother's history not go here. Let my children also know what my mother strive for. It's fine if I'm hungry today, but let them eat fruits.
Dat is die laatste persoon van Keigerip, nummer 5.
Well, okay.
Nee, dank je. Luister mensen, al die andere mensen, wat nou die kans krijgen, daar is een tafel op de linkerkant. Je kan jouw zakken daar gaan afgeven. Je kan jouw compleet daar bij die tafel gaan afgeven. Baie dankie. Kan die praten, mevrouw?
Goedemiddag allemaal, achtbare president en premier. Ik is Leni Kutsia en ik wil vandaag een lansie breek en een pleidooi rig voor onze plaaswerkers. Ik weet niet hoeveel plaaswerkers is vandaag hier niet, maar hulle is ook die mense wat kos op ons tafel sit, want hulle werk op die landerye by die kommersiële boere. En dit is ook hulle wat altyd aan die kortste end trek. Dit is die vroue wat seisonale werk doen gedurende die oestyd. Dan het hulle net 'n inkomste vir 3 maande. En dan is hulle afhanklik van hulle se kindertoelaag. So die pleidooi wat ons vanmiddag wil rig, is dat ons plaaswerkers werk hulle lewe lank op die plase. En as hulle oud is, hulle is sieklik, dan word hulle van die plase afgesit. Dan moet hulle gaan bly in 'n sinkhuis. Dan moet hulle gaan bly in 'n shanty. Maar hy sy lewe lank het hy gewerk vir die kommersiële boer. En dan is daar nie eers 'n vergoeding vir daai plaaswerker nie. Dit is ons ouers wat gewerk het en dan kom hulle se kinders en hulle se kinders. Met ander woorde, die siklus gaan aan. En ek werk vir die organisasie Women on Farms Project. En ek wil vandag vra, president en premier, kan ons nie vir ons seisonale werkers ten minste 'n income grant gee, dat hulle nie gedurende die tyd wat hulle nie werk nie, dat hulle moet so swaar kry. Women on Farms support die 350, die COVID fund, het ons mense baie gehelp. Maar nou is daar nie meer vir hulle 'n inkomste nie, so hulle kry van vooraf swaar. Wat ons ook vra is, gee vir hulle 1 woman, 1 hectare, dat hulle grond het om hulle eie groente te verbou, want dit sal maak dat hulle nie meer honger kry nie. Die laaste, maar nie die minste nie. Asseblief, ons agbare premier en president, laat ons plaaswerkers, hulle kom uit Kuruman uit, hulle kom uit verskillende provinsies uit, maar ek kan vir u vandag sê, dat wanneer hulle hier kom om te kom werk, dan word hulle se dignity aangetast, want hulle moet in compounds gaan bly, waar hulle 7, 10, 11, 12 in een kamer slaap. Laat ons na daardie goed kyk. Hulle kom vir 'n inkomste, maar dan word hulle se dignity totally afgebreek. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Mense, ons beweeg nou na Tsansabane toe. Ons beweeg nou na die mense van Tsansabane toe. Ek herhaal weer ons WhatsApp-lyn. Mense wat hulle se issues wil op die WhatsApp deurgee, ons WhatsApp-lyn is oop. 064 887 5050 is our WhatsApp line where you can report your issues. Tsansabane 1 2. Tsansabane 1 2. 3 4 5. Right. Those are the 5. Okay. Baie dankie, ons kan begin.
Nou, all the pro is observed. Aan die president, ons is blij dat ons u kan ontvang in die Noord-Kaap. Gister was u voor die deur, maar net nie in die huisie. En Tsansabanse mense sê, ek moet aan u die boodskap gee. Ons verwag vir u in Tsansaban. My eerste punt is, laasweek in Saterdag het ons 'n geweldige accident gehad, waar die drankdealer die jongman aan die kar gesleep het en wil opgehang het. En ons het na die drankdealer se huis toe gegaan en ons het vir hom gesê, vandag pak jou goed en trek verreg. Meneer die president, ons in Postmasburg, die polisie, is op die payroll van die drankdealer. As ons hulp wil hê, dan moet ons Upington skakel, sodat Upington polisie kan deurstuur na Zanzibar of vir ons te kom help met die drug dealers. Meneer die president, ons het 'n geweldige issue in Postmasburg het die gemeenskap Sondag besluit. Ons gaan Postmasburg se polisiestasie gaan ons afblok, ons gaan sy deur toesluit. Meneer die president in Postmasburg het ons nie 'n hospitaal nie. Ons hospitaal lê plat. Ons het nie 'n ambulansie. Meneer die president, ons in Postmasburg, ons face net corruption. Korrupte amptenare is daar. Die sonpanele wat iets gister was, hulle doen niks toe oor die gemeenskap. 40 myne rondom en binne Postmasburg. Geen samenwerking in Postmasburg. Die ou president, meneer Nelson Mandela, sy visie was better life for all. Daar in Postmasburg bly die mense in shanties. Die rykes bly in huise. Die rykes kry die RTP grond en daarop bou hulle tuildakhuise. En die man wat sit in poverty kan nie eers 'n shanty oprig nie, want hy sit in poverty. Meneer die president, kyk tog na corruption in die land. Better life for all.
Thank you. Better life for all. Thank you very much. A better life for all. Thank you very much. Number 2. Sansabane number 2. Sansabane number 2.
I greet the president and the cabinet. I'm very emotional. I want to start with municipality. I'm the one.
Can you please give us your name?
I'm Miss Bartman, a retired teacher from Pabalelo High School.
Miss Bartman, a retired teacher from Papalelo. Thank you.
My name, everybody's facing me. Me, I let people chased away from municipality. I only know of one person, but it's painful.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
If I'm killed, you will remember.
Just wait. We said we are giving to the people of Sansabane. Papalelo is in David Kraper. We'll come back to you, ma'am. We'll come back to you. Can we just finish Sansabane? Can we just finish Sansabane? We'll come back to you. Come, Sansabane.
Dumela. Ke nna Catherine Seboko. Ke tswa Tsantsabane. Ke wela mo masepala wa Tsantsabane ke tswa go Groenwater. Sale ke le volunteer la ANC ke na le 16 years. No yana ke tsama ke mo di jare ke mo ke tsama mo di 40C. Ha ke bereke. Ke bereka CWP ke ya 800 rand ke na le go gaka ke na le bana ke one mereko o re o kreyang ya ka di volunteer tsa ANC ke dula go Groenwater ga rena ditsela ga rena re sokola ka metsi sekolo sa rona sa wela se ha pula dinele so ga re itse gore re itseela ka letsatsi la di vote ha go voting ke gone re itseweng go Groenwater ha go dimo ga mowa ke rona re dirang gore what no yana re tswa what 3 re wela ka demarcation re be re ya what 1 ke rona re dirang gore altate wate ya rona e kry-e di-vote ka lebaka la Groenwater. Maar ga re tselwe tlhogong, ra go tsela tlhogong gape ka di-vote. Ha di-vote di semana go heta, ga go nopo o worryang gore go diragalang ka Groenwater. So, Presidente, le mafapha a teng ano ha, ke ne ke kopa gore re tseleng tlhogong, tsontse lo re tsela tlhogong ka letsatsi la di-vote. Le sa go re tsela tlhogong, ha go na le sengwe lo batla gore re taboge. Come 2024, ke sho gore Councillor o tla go pagama, ke eno tla ya go itirelang di-door to door ko Groenwater. Thank you.
Thank you, man. This side. Here a number. Yeah. Thank you, man.
Goeiemiddag allemaal communities van verschillende districten. Ik groet die president, die ministers, die speakers, die meiers en allemaal wat die in onze teenwoordigheid is. Ik is Amanda Morebudi, ik is van Tsansabani. In Tsansabani, als vrouwen sit ons met een groot probleem, als een dilemma. Behuizing is, ons het die behuizing nie, van ons allemaal bly in shantiese en ons paaie is baie lelijk. En selfs toilets, ons gebruik nog steeds die buckets, die emmers, wat ons gebruik om te gaan gooi ons dit uit buite. So asseblief die president, minister van behuizing, kyk na ons in Tsansabani. En dan is het ons geen RDP-huise. RDP-huise was nog gebouw, nog in die 90s. In die 2000s, in die millennium, het ons nooit huise gekry nie. En dan is het die werkskeping. Ek hoor allemaal praat van die myne, wel genoeg Bosmansburg, het die meeste myne in die Noordkap. Bosmansburg se jeug sit sonder werke, wat baie verkeerd is. Mense, kinders kom van buite, hulle het die geleerdheid, die opportunities, met die sertifikate, waarvan Bosmansburg se kinders dit nie het nie. Dis hoekom ons kinders sit sonder, hulle sit met matriek, maar hulle kan by geen myne inkom nie, as gevolg van dit. Asseblief die president, laat ons kinders learnerships kry van die myne wat rondom Bosmansburg is, terselfde tyd Redstone ook. En dan het ons 'n probleem in Bosmansburg by gesondheid. Ons hospitaal is in 'n toestand. Waar het ons gesien as jy in die hospitaal ingaan, dat is die toegemaak met kaartbokse. Die vensters is toegemaak met kaartbokse. Ons kliniek dieselfde. Die suster van die kliniek bespreek die pasiënt se siekte met die buitemense. Baie vergeet. Die hospitaal dieselfde. Jy gaan met 'n probleem hospitaal toe, 'n klein bietjie kort asem, dan word jy COVID saal toegestoot. Hulle het die toets of results gehad COVID. Baie vergeet, what is wrong? En my laaste punt is, die polisiestasie, is reeds al daarvan gepraat, maar ek het het op geskryf. Onze polisiestasie beteken niks vir ons in Bosmansburg. Hy moet toegemaak word. Dan gaan ons as die gemeenskap van Bosmansburg ons eie battles fight. As die polisie nie vir ons kan ondersteun nie, hoekom moet daar 'n polisiestasie is? As die pops van Kimberley, Upington of Bloemfontein moet kom om Bosmansburg se polisie te gaan assist, waaroor is hulle daar? Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, is die laaste, moeder is die laaste een. Moeder, ja, moeder.
Dumelang bagaetsho, ke nna Betty Pitso go tswa Postmansburg. Betty Pitso, wa ntseba. Yaanong ke tla go bua Setswana ka gone go na le bagolo ba ba sa tlhaloganyeng English of Afrikaans. Bagaetsho maemo a ka ke le teng ha. ANC ke rata tota. I'm active with ANC. I'm very strong ANC. Hakibate ANC wa bagaetsho ANC ya rona yawa. Yawa ANC ya rona ke ne kopa tsolanka president le premier ba le teng. Bagaetsho bua le ma ANC ba emise ANC ka gone ANC e ole mo South Africa ya rona. En gape se teng bana ba rona ba ba tlhokang tiro bana ba rona ba di volunteer nna ke hot committee nna wa bona ke tshwetse jang mara ha ke batle ANC wela hatse di hot committee tse di tla wela hatse di hoti bana ba rona ba tla dula ba sa volunteer ba gatso ANC tlile go wa mo South Africa ikano ba gatso nna ke ne kopa presidente ka re bereka mo flurung re sebetle bana ba rona le bone ba kry mmereko o siameng bana ba rona ba dusi ba dirisa di-drugs re be blame bana ka gone bana bone ga ba kry opportunity kae le nna ke a batla opportunity president ke batla opportunity ke na le 63 maar nna ke batla opportunity ya go tswa 1994 ke direla ANC and nna ntotla ke wela hatse ke digela ANC hatse president gompieno re ntsha ditlagte mo go wena gobane o na le sekhuku ka kakaretso ya lehatse se re kukwetseng gore le wena o ne motlotlo yane ko re tla go diga mara gantsi tla re go diga di volunteer ba gaetso ba ne mmereko gore bana ba ele mo bitse obstan le bone ba bereke ba tlhokomele di councilora tsa bone ba tlhokomele di mayor tsa bone nna se teng ke batla ya bohelo president ke ne kopa gore di volunteer di tselo tlhogong bana ba ba bereka mo tsatsing.
Thank you, ma. Thank you very much. The last one from Sansabane, mother with the yeah, is the last one from Sansabane, and we'll go to Taste. We'll go to Taste. We are going to Taste.
She's not staying in Sansabane.
Sansabane. Sansabane, the last one. Last one from Sansabane.
Hello, Amal. Regina Isaacs van Tansabane, Bosensburg. Mr. President, ek het nie baie om te sê nie. Maar as ek nou praat van Tansabane, wil ek hier reg uitrekkie. Ons volunteer door to door every day. Maar as het kwam by werkskepping, dan kry ons EPWP, wat net vir 3 maande is. En after 3 months ons sit weer, vir elke 5 jaar bly ons net EPWP, ons het kinders, en by die myne het ons 'n probleem, want education, ons is ouers wat hoor die 35 jaar is, maar as jy hoor die myne praat is van 18 tot 35, jy kan nie apply en jy nie kwalifikasies het nie, maar ons het hande wat ons kan voorwerk, dat is die tweede punt. Derde punt, ek bly in Tansabane, Maranteng het ons 'n groot probleem. Die plek is geontwikkel, hy was die eerste plek in Bosensburg, toe word dit vir Pausdien, Newtown, Pichok gemaak, maar as ons sien, hoe lyk Maranteng, ons sit is in neppies, ons vullis word nie opgetel nie, ons het 'n waterkrisis, wat ons groot mense nie eens water kry nie, ons lokasie is so, Masvalatydse werkers tel ons vullis opie. Even Masvalatydse werkers is elke dag dronk by die werk, waarvan ons goed te sien. En ons as volunteers moet elke tydjie uitgaan na die gemeenskap toe, om te sê, vout vir ANC, vir 'n beter lewe. Dan kry ons die vullis in ons gesigte, waarvan groot mense ons met die neppies gooi. Ons het nie 'n straat in Maranteng, ons het nie straatname nie, ons het niks in Maranteng. Ons lewe is heel agteruit. As ek dink, wat vir jaar het ons nog 'n community meeting gehad. Ons het eens meetings in Maranteng, waar ons kan die kanselaars of die meier sê, wat is ons probleme in Maranteng. So ek as 'n branchleader, ons branchleaders, by die top 5 van die branches, word eers gerecognize. Dat is die tweede probleem wat ons het. Ons kan nie in Pansburg voorbij, dat ons niks sien. Ek het 'n kind op college, hy het nie eens 'n stappunt wat hy kry by die college. Ek het al gevra vir 'n regte werk, dan word ek gesê, omdat ek nie kwalifikasies het, ek kan ek nie werk kry nie. Mr. President, ek wil graag hê, ons moet nie net hier draai nie, ek wil graag hê, jy moet Bosensburg toe kom, en vir Bosensburg kom sien hoe lyk ons plek is uitmekaar uit. Daar's groot mense wat in shanties bly wat lek. Ek het elke dag moet ek tussen mense as ons het sotsies. Daar's RDP's huise waarvan sotsies in bly waar die groot mense gesterf het van die huis.
Baie dankie suster.
Ons het klomp
Baie
probleem.
dankie. Baie dankie. Right. We are now in Kuis municipality. Number 1 come. There's number 1 Kuis. Grobler's Hoop Kuis. There's number 1. Kuis. Abantu abahlala Grobler's Hoop. Okay, there's number 1. Just stand there. Number 2. Kuis. Number 3. There the check. Kuis. Number 4. Anyone from Grobler's Hoop area? Kuis. Number 5. Okay, in that order, only those 5. Thank you very much.
All protocol observed. The Premier, Mr. President, I'm Elaine Nicolette Krotz. I think the President know me, and the Premier know me very well, and all of the cabinet, the MECs and everyone. I'm coming from Wegdraai, Mr. President, a small rural area in the Kuis sub-region. My first point I want to complain about is health. All of the facilities, we don't have vehicles there. We are using 1 ambulance. Our people is dying here. Our police station use 1 bakkie for all the complaints in this area. And my second problem is, Mr. President, our children goes to universities, then come back, and then they sit at home. Because when they're applying for jobs, they want experience. Where will they get experience? Your age restriction is 35. We don't get work. At 35, we still don't have work. Me, I get my first work at 32. We people in the schema, we're suffering. We don't have skills. We have the solar panels there. But first of all, you employ people from other provinces to come and work there. My main problem, Mr. Premier, is our municipality. It's going downstairs day by day. Day by day, there's no service delivery. What is the problem, Mr. President, that you can't put that municipality under administration? And then I come to me, myself, and I'm the ANC. I breathe ANC. For 42 years, I'm a volunteer of the ANC. And I just stay a volunteer of the ANC. I mark myself till I die. A member of the ANC. I want you to take me serious and take me into your cabinet. I thank you.
Ons kan nie inkom nie, ons president. Hoekom? Dit is goeie nood, man. Ons vraag hier. Hoekom sal ons nou nie
Wat is gemeenskap is van Afrika en Noordkap. Ons wil graag vir die president wees. Ons wil ook sy speech luister. Hoe kan ons nog hou agter 'n hek? Ons is hoe kan word ons steeds wonder gevra. Ons is hier vir onze president. Of andersins, soos hulle daar staan. Ons ook maar so staan en nie oorgaan. Ons wil graag luister.
Kan onze president kan ons niet weten wat onze president zijn? Hoe komen ze welkom? Hoe komen ze welkom? Wat maakt ons niet welkom? Zo als dit hij mensen van allemaal binnen kan ons.
Als jullie zo nou binnen komen gaan zijn meer dan.
Ons is niet binnen.
Ik ben Afrikaans. Hoe werkt het? Ik ben mijn president. Ik ben net een president. Ik zoek een president. Ik zoek een president. Ja, jullie zijn niet af, jongens. Mensen worden 100.000 rand een maand bij. Ze zijn niet schade hier. Ik word proppen in de moeder, bro. Ik ken niet meer. Hier is het honger, bro. Ik ken niet meer. 100.000 rand een maand. Dan zeg je nog af voor de tijd. Dat is de regel, man. Dat is de regel.
Yeah, people
Let's
for it.
work hard.
These are the ones, the meetings.
Okay.
Let me try. Audio. Like this.
Is it not heavy?
It's not heavy. Isn't here something? Yeah, I can hold it here. This side.
Yeah. This way, yeah. You got it right.
Thanks. At least.
Sorry guys.
Dankie mes kat.
personally, this is unemployment. I am fully aware that there is some
Valeria se verkiesing het ek my kop breek gedans, gedraf oor om ANC te wen en ek het. Nou vra ek asseblief president, ons het 'n pad wat moet gedoen word, 'n grondpad wat 3 keer per jaar geskrap word. En onze kinders ry daar op elke dag skool toe. As gevolg daarvan breek die taksies wat hulle skool toe ry. Nou vra ek asseblief kan die pad gedoen word. Dan kom ek nou, hier is ons pa, vader van die huis. Ons bly in riedhuise. Mense raak siek daardeur, die wind waai en baie mense sal dood deur daai riedhuise. So asseblief president, kyk na ons huisomgewings ook. En dan die laaste is, ons het ook erwe. Soos plase, onze diere is al weg. Daar is niks grond wat te kry om onze diere te bevorder. Die mannen steel onze eie goed. So help ons daarmee ook verwyding. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie. Ek dink ons het onze vraag gevra. Ek wil die mense aanmoedig. Die wat nog wil... Luister asseblief. Die mense wat nog vrae het, kom ons gebruik onze WhatsApp-lyn asseblief. Die ander mense kan naar die tafel toe gaan. Luister net. Ons sal nou eers 'n geleentheid gee, laat ons die vraag antwoord. Ons gaan weer terugkom met die ander vraag. Ek gee oor vir my collega, the Deputy Minister, to continue with the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEC. We want to give this opportunity to the president now. Kgatelopele. Okay, can we get Kgatelopele? Can you raise your hands? Kgatelopele. Yeah, that is 1, 2, 2. Yeah. 3 at the back. 4, 5 there. There, the corner there. Can you all come forward? Number 1, here. Number 1 was here. Number 1, come. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, program.
You raised 2 issues, 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Program Director, to acknowledging Katelopil as a sub-region part of this ZF Magao district. My name is Jimmy Boysen. I'm residing in Katelopil municipality. I just want to bring my concern before the attention of our president. Where are we coming from? We are situated with mines. And therefore, those mines, as they operate, our people become very ill because of air pollution, because of water decontamination, because of they bring people outside, crime is rating up. We speak with employers to assist the communities via social labor plan. We see non-commitment of the companies when it comes to social labor plan. As organized labor, from where I'm coming from, we have pushed employer to a point where CCMA must intervene. And CCMA says to us that the issue of social labor plan, Mr. President, does not have a jurisdiction within CCMA. Remember, social labor plan, it comes with section 10 of mining charter, where it deals about the granting and duration of a mining operation. To that process, there are commitments that are made between the mine bosses and the community that are surrounded there. Today, Mr. President, we need your advice to say that organized labor is bringing their part to the level of arbitration, and the CCMA says that its matter is out of their jurisdiction. So where do we have to take this matter? Remember, according to the mining charter, as a community that are around the mining, we're supposed to benefit 5%. We're supposed to get a 5% after every 5 years. And where we are coming from, those mines, 3 of them, 2 open cast and 1 underground, they have been operating more than 50 years of them. But we don't have the fruitful, something that we can see, yes, we are being treated as stakeholders here. So we are asking Mr. President, where should we take this non-compliance of the companies in terms of social labor plan? The other issue is the issue of our ZF district. We are situated just near Kuruman, only 68 kilometers to arrive in Kuruman. Kimberley is almost at 300 kilometers. Now where our district municipality is based is almost 600 to 700 kilometers. So we cannot access the office of a district easily. So we are saying, Mr. President, because our district is so far, we are requesting the possibility of relocating this office district to John Taulo.
Can you round up 2 minutes? Is over.
We must fall from John Taulo because it's easier for us to walk there and bring our queries. Yeah, it's very difficult. We don't have money. It's too much kilos to come here. So we did write a letter to the Board of Demarcation. That matter is not being listened to.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Goedemiddag, Mr. President. Ik is Leslie en Fanny van Daniel Scale. Ik is vanmiddag hier om onze issues te adres van Daniel Scale. Ons het baie issues in Daniel Scale. Ik kan een boek schrijven over Daniel Scale's issues. Dat is baie daar en dat is hartverskeurend. Ons het 3 myne in Daniel Scale in. Ons het matrieks wat daar rondloop. Hulle verdrink in die draaksin. Want wanneer die poste uitkom, dan was daar is 'n Engelse woord wat sê 2 years experience. Waar gaan 'n matriekkind wat gister die matriek klaar gemaak het experience kry as hy nie gehuur word, laat hy daai experience binnekant die company gaan kry nie. Dis waarom ons se jeug so vergaan. Die kleinste kind wat 10 jaar is ook al besig met drugs in Daniel Scale in. Die jeug het geen fasiliteite wat hulle mee kan besig hou nie, net om dronk te raak en drugs te gebruik. Ons het ook 'n probleem met ons ambulans. Ons moet eers Upington bel om 'n ambulans te kry. En wanneer 'n ambulans uitkom, dan het die mens al gesterf. Of jy hoor die ambulans is nie daar nie, daar is nie 'n ambulansie. Ek wil vra Mr. President dat Daniel Scale sy eie call center kry. Laat ons bel of ons stap tot daar en sê ons kort ambulans. Ons het ook nie polisbakkies daar nie. Ons moet by Posman leen as ons nou 'n probleem het en ons soek die polisie. Ons huise word dagliks ingebreek terwille van die drugs. Elke huis in elke straat is daar 'n drugdealer. Ons jong mense verkoop hulle aan die inkomers, aan die Nigerians om aan die lewe te bly omdat hulle nie werke kry nie. Ons skool, ons laerskool, daar is 42 kinders in een klas. Mr. President, ons vra asseblief dat Mr. President ons help dat ons nog 'n laerskool kry in Daniel Scale.
Last one.
Ons het ook 'n probleem aan behuising. By elke lokasie, soos dit daar in Daniel Scale is daar shanties. Daai shanties is onwettig. Die mense vat, hulle gaan bou, hulle besluit, hulle gaan bou nou teen die stop. Dan gaan bou hulle shanty daar. Want ons kry nie weer RDP's in Daniel Scale nie. Ons kry ook nie weer grond waar ons kan ons shanties gaan bou nie. Nou plak die mense onwettig.
Thank you very much. Number 3. Number 3. Yeah, that one. Proceed, sis.
Mr. President, bengicela ungibheke. My name is Dineo Ramil. Excuse me, Mr. President, can you look at me so that we can understand each other? Okay.
Proceed, sis. The president is looking at you. Proceed, the president is looking at you.
Okay, Mr. President, I've been struggling with one thing for the past 9 years. One thing, which is my identity papers for 9 years now.
Your name?
Dineo Ramila. Okay, Mr. President, up at Home Affairs, I go and I even walk to Home Affairs with my friend. Every single day, they say they're gonna call. They've been calling for the past 9 years. I heard people saying there's no jobs and so on. I see opportunities, I see jobs, but this thing is stopping me from moving forward, which is my identity paper, because you cannot go anywhere without it. I'm not complaining with no jobs. I can see opportunities, I'll go. Identity papers, which is an ID document. I provided papers. They asked for mom's papers, my dad's papers. I provided everything I had, even though I don't know my mom and dad. It's no excuse. I know how to make a life for myself, but how can I make a life for myself if I don't have what I need? So please go to the Home Affairs and speak to them. And by the way, I'm not from Tlhabane or something. I'm from Papalelo, but I took this opportunity because I know no one will listen to me.
You are being very opportunistic. I'm Edson Sabane, number 3. Come in, number 3. Proceed, number 3. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Premier, Honorable President, and the rest of the cabinet. My name is Huitsione, surname is Moreki. I am born and bred of Katelopele in Daniel Scale from Takalatro in Ward 1. It's a pity, President, that we came late and we are not given enough time to address heart-burning issues. The previous
Deal with
speakers,
those.
the previous speaker speakers basically, apart from the lady from Pabalelo, has touched base on heart-burning issues. But let me start with this one, Honorable President. The unemployment rate of Kagalatlo, Katelopele, Daniel Scale, as the municipality, leaves a lot to desire, in a sense that whenever we have to face this, has led to alcohol abuse, drugs and alcohol abuse basically. In a sense that, we are in a situation in Daniel Scale that we have resorted to drugs, where now drugs becomes business for us as residents. So currently, we sell drugs as residents now because of we see it as inspiral as possible because of now is the easy way to make money. We have 3 mines surrounding us that has been there for the past, I don't know how long, because if I was born and bred there, I grew up seeing those mines there. What is the criteria of government to make sure that they can fund us as locals to buy in and have ownership within those mines? Because of it cannot be correct for us to have mines whereas we only preach certain things. We want ownership of those mines. How can we be part? Apart from being laborers. Because of laborers has been there for past years. We are sick and tired. We have the issue of the 3 solar plants. It's a pity yesterday it was not up for questions. The issue of the solar plants there in Groenwater. We need a platform where we can discuss such platforms. You know, Honorable President, let me touch this. I'm not here to campaign for the ANC as a member of the ANC, but I need to bring this to the attention of the Premier and the Honorable President. If the ANC wants to win the upcoming elections locally, it needs to do better. Why? Because we've got leadership who are pursuing their own personal interest. Currently, we are in coalition partnership with a political party that pursues their interest and campaign with the effort of the ANC. And the cadre deployment has not been practiced to the latter. As we seated here, we have a challenge where the political party we are in coalition partnership with is doing their utmost best to see that the ANC will not win the upcoming elections.
Thank you very much.
And that note is being taken serious.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much. 2 minutes is gone. I've added even 30 seconds.
I thought it was 10 minutes, Honorable. I need more than that because of, remember the campaigning strategy of the ANC leaves a lot to
2
say.
minutes were done, comrades. Let's get number 4.
We need to address this issue of the ANC in local government
let's get the
where
platform
we are
in the
not
ANC
taken
to address
serious.
that. Number 4.
The ANC is going to lose votes leadership if ever we don't address this matter.
Number 4.
They are not from Katelope.
Number 4. 2 minutes, guys. You will follow those ones. No, there was one there with the at the back. Where is he? He didn't come this side. Katelopili. There was somebody there. Okay, no, he has disappeared. Can we get the last one? The last one, that side, there's a volunteer. You will speak on their behalf, all of them. 2 minutes.
My name is Cassius Afrikaner. I'm from Keigarib.
I've requested Khatelo Pili. No, if there is none, then. No, thank you very much. If there is nobody from Khatelo Pili, then it means we're done. We'll then move to the next item. No, I'm done. I don't know which hands is this one. Because some of you have spoken, you want to speak again. You can't abuse the process. Can we agree that we'll now give an opportunity to our president? We'll hand over as the program directors to the president. The president will then drive the last process of ministers and MECs and mayors and everybody else to come to the floor and to respond. Honorable President.
Baie dankie, laat ons neersit. Goeiedag. Sanbonani. Dumelang. Good afternoon. Absheni. Absheni. Demasiari. Demasiari. Baie goed, baie goed. Ek is baie bly om hier te wees. En ek is ook baie bly om die mense van die Noord-Kaap vandag te sien. Julle praat sommer so lekker. En 'n paar van julle word baie emotional and motivated. En 'n paar van julle as julle praat, julle dans ook. And some of you turn around and show us your back so that we can see. En baie van julle is baie mooi. Al die vroumense is baie mooi hier. Maar ek kan nie so sê vir die manne nie. Laat ek begin om dankie sê vir al die mense wat hier gestaan en gespreek. Ek wil ook dankie sê vir ons premier en die hele leierskap van hierdie provinsie. Ek wil ook baie dankie sê vir al die ministers en die adjunct ministers wat hier is. Our mayors who are here, our MECs who are also here, as well as our councillors. Our constitution says that we should not only be a government that is chosen by the people, maar ons moet 'n regering word wat kan luister, wat kan mooi luister. 'n Paar van julle het hier gestaan en gesê, president, kyk my in die oë. En ek het baie mooi geluister. And a young lady came here, she thought I was not looking at her. But I was looking at her in the TV screen. Maar sy wil hê ek moet haar mooi sien. En ek het haar gesien. En baie mooi geluister. We are a government that listens to our people. Ons luister en baie van al die wat julle gesê het hier has been written down, not only on WhatsApp. I have taken notes. The ministers whom I'm going to call have also taken notes because you have raised important issues. Many issues that are of a concern to you. And as we often say, we are a government that has taken as a policy position that no one must be left behind. Niemand moet agtergelaat word nie. And that is what we have decided to do. And of course, when the father of our democracy started off, he said, a better life for all. And yes, we are still basing everything that we do on a better life for all. but we are also saying no one must be left behind. In other words, whatever we do must be inclusive, it must involve our people, and sometimes we don't do as well as we want to because of the challenges that we have. And some of you have touched on all those challenges. The shortage of resources is one of the big challenges, but you've also touched on the very big problems, the unemployment that is very, very big here in the Northern Cape. Want baie van ons mense hier in die Noord-Kaap werk nie, hulle is werkeloos. Ons weet dit. And we also know this other problem, that the focus has been on targeting those who are 18 and 35. Now, it's now been made clear to us that we cannot just target those who are 18 and 35, we must go beyond 35 as well. That has become very clear to us, and we've started with a program 18 to 35, van baie mense wat nie werk nie, as die jeug van ons land. Up to 64% of those who don't work, as the mense who are between 18 and 35. But at the same time, those who are 36 and above are also unemployed. So they must also be targeted. So our programs for unemployment, therefore, have to touch on everyone so that we don't leave anyone behind. Vandaag, ons het gehoor en ons het ook gesien. And it is for this reason, you see, these Imbizos are this overriding program of the government that ons moet baie mooi gaan luister. Wat ons mense sê, ons moet baie mooi luister. And as we listen, we may not provide answers to everything that has been identified. Ons het antwoorde, maar ons vind dat baie van ons mense have many ideas, many suggestions, en hulle het ook antwoorde. So daarom is dit belangrik vir ons om mooi te luister. Ukuthi size apha phakathi kwenu sizawunimamela. Sizofumana futhi nokuthi ningasicebisa kanjani na. Ngoba nani ninazo impendulo. Kodwa uhulumeni nguye ofanele ukuthi aninike impendulo kulobunzima eniphila phansi kwabo. Angithi kunjalo? Bianong ke tlo bitsa matona a sebetsang le nna ba ntse ba mametse sentle ele baya mooi geluister. The ministers and the adjunct ministers wat hier is, ek gaan hulle roep sodat hulle kan antwoorde gee hier en daar op 'n paar van al die dinges wat julle gesê het hier. Ons premier sal ook 'n kans kry om 'n paar van die dinge kan antwoord, because as the leader of our government here, he is alive to many of the issues. What I can say is that yes, there are answers to many of the issues. Some of the answers can be applied immediately. Some will take time. For instance, a lady stood up here and said, the health workers in Gauteng are now being incorporated and now they are being made permanent. That is so in part only. Health workers around the country have been doing a fantastic job, a really fantastic job, and we saw that during COVID, and I was grateful that one of the speakers wat hier gestaan en gesê die regering het baie mooi gewerk durende die COVID tyd, that we did a good job. And I want to thank you for that, because you are not the only one. Even many other people around the world, many countries, say South Africa, managed COVID extremely well for the 2 years that COVID was present. We were amongst the better countries that managed COVID. We brought the deaths down, and we were able to vaccinate a lot of people. You can give yourself a round of applause for that. Now, our health workers did a fantastic job during the period of COVID. Many of them worked long hours, and a number of them risked their lives, and some of them got sick, and some of them even passed away. Now, from a World Health Organization point of view, we need to bring more health workers into the health system so that we focus on primary health care. And health workers have shown that they can play a key role. Our major constraint has been our budgetary challenges. Budgetary challenges because the money that we should be deploying to bring in many more health workers has been limited. But we are beginning to see, as our economy is growing, that our revenues are going up a little, and the Minister of Finance will outline all that next week. And as the revenues grow, we will be able to do many more things. So that you know, we are one of those countries that spends more money on education, on health, and on social grants. We are one of those countries in the world that has done quite a lot to look after the welfare of our people. You heard our Premier saying, die helfte, amper die helfte van die mense wat hier in die Noord-Kaap bly are on social grants. They get social grants, and you don't get that in many countries where nearly half of your population is supported by the government for their livelihood. Is that enough? No, it's not enough, because the costs of living have gone up. Dit is baie duur nou om kos te koop. Dit is baie duur nou om petrol te koop. Elke ding gaan op al die tyd. So we need to do more. But I would like to appreciate the manner in which many of you, and we counted up to 55 people came to ask questions here. In other Imbizos, we only go up to 30. Now here, we've had 55 people who've come to ask questions, and ons kan nie almal praat nie. Ons weet dit, ons kan nie almal praat nie, maar ons het 55 mense wat hier opgestaan het and asked questions. And now we appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that this is one of the best Imbizos that we have had in our Imbizo program. We more or less started on time, And we've done very well in allowing people to come forward and put their questions. I am now going to ask our various ministers who would have listened very carefully on a variety of issues. For instance, I'd like the Minister of Police to come forward, because a number of people, spoke about crime. There's a lot of crime here, so that Minister Cele can outline precisely what our approach is on crime. One of my sisters who stood up to speak here said they are now wanting to go and close down a police station because you are unhappy with the way the police station is responding to this issue of crime. And also, many of you have raised the problem of drugs, that there are many people who are selling drugs and many people who are on drugs, who smoke drugs, particularly young people. Just so that he can just give a few issues here and how our police service is also focusing on those key challenges. So Minister Cele will come forward, and thereafter I'll ask another minister who will, where is Minister Cele? Oh, here he is. Come forward, Minister Cele.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thought there would be not many questions here on crime. When I spoke to Premier said crime is in Kuruman. So I didn't know that there is also crime. Mr. President, we brought the acting national commissioner, because national commissioner has attended the Interpol General Assembly in India. But the deputy national commissioner that is here is responsible for policing. Policing means all police stations in the Republic of South Africa. All vans you see on the road, all police that you see on the uniform, including specialized forces. So all these complaints, Mr. President, did not come to me. They went to the head of the policing. But we agree that there are specific issues that were raised. Drugs. There is a member of the community said their community is selling drugs. I will definitely visit them and see how they sell drugs. Because he stood here, I took his name, and he said they sell drugs as a community. So I'll definitely visit them and buy some drugs from them. It can't be allowed, no matter what circumstances could be, for such things to happen. But we do need to be part of them and assist them on that matter. Therefore, Mr. President, as usually has done on the police, we do make follow-ups on this one. So this place was explained as a vast area. Maybe together with the municipality and the provincial government, we'll see which place will be central for us to come and speak back on those matters. But before even we come back, there is this police Stasi. Everybody speaks about is a post-months back. Looks like everybody speaks about. As from Monday, acting national commissioner, or provincial commissioner will have to be there before Wednesday. By the time we come back here, she should have given us a report because they raised the issue of cars and they raised the issue of personnel and they threatened to close the station down. I want to promise them, when they close the station down, I'll keep them inside and they close the station with them inside. So, the best thing not to do is not to close, is for us to work together to make sure that that station works. One thing that is a shortage there are cars. Acting National Commissioner, as we go there, finally party imoto, because we should know how many cars are down. But Mr. President, in terms of the personnel, we don't have the personnel until December 15, when we'll be releasing 10,000 police from the colleges. Those 10,000 is not for Northern Cape, it's for the Republic of South Africa. But you'll get your portion. So personnel, December. Cars, 2 weeks to come, you will find those cars. Not everything that will come and agree with. It was not raised here, Mr. President. There is a place called Louis Villa. Yeah, that one. So they are requesting that we remove the mobile station and we build the rail station. I'm glad that Ma Dilile is here. We'll work together to go and put some examination and find out when can we move there. But there are things that we agree to do to work on building that police station, but there are things that we can't agree with. For instance, you say it should be only your children that work in that police station. It cannot be. Police members are children of the Republic of South Africa. So, indeed, they must get their portion. But it does not follow that if you come from this place, you will come back here, will be deployed anywhere in the Republic of South Africa. But it's important that you get adequate police. And then you said we shouldn't check your children if they don't have criminal records. We can't do that, Emapoisen. We can't agree on that. We'll have to check. There are 6 things that we'll have to do if we are going to be member of the Republic of South Africa. Mr. President, the last point is the point you raised. The management of the police is here. We take South Africans between 18 and 30, not even 35, because you need to be jumpy, you need to be healthy, you need to run, but President talks about up to 35. We may come back to look at that, Mr. President, as it becomes the policy of the country. If you are a member of the South African police, you retire at 60. If we are on ground, you retire at 60. So if we take you at 40, at 50, which means you're going to spend lifetime, and most of the police, you don't, as you're young, you don't spend your life inside. You spend your life outdoors. So it's important that you must be healthy, you must be fit, you must be young, you must be jumpog, you must run around. But as the president says, look at this up to 35, that's what we'll do. But Mr. President, usually we take 3 weeks to come back. We'll still commit to that 3 weeks to come back to this community so that we work on particular and specific issues they've raised. Thanks, Mr. President.
Baie dankie, Minister Tele. Baie dankie. I now want to move on to another issue that was raised quite prominently here. And it was about jobs. Dat baie mense wat hier bly is werkeloos. I'm going to ask Minister Ngesi to come forward and address some of the challenges and how we are going about with regard to jobs and how we are going about addressing some of them, but also to address some of the problems that workers in the mining industry are also confronting here. As there was a complaint even yesterday when we were in Postmansberg about how workers are being treated in one of the facilities that we visited. Minister Ngesi.
Thanks to the President, the Ministers, the Premier, the MECs, Mayor and everybody who's here. First of all, with regards to the issue of the mine, which has been mentioned here, we are going to take the details so that we can be able to dispatch our inspectors into that particular mine. But we are going to be working with the inspectorate from the mine and find out exactly what are the issues and why that is happening, and we sit with the employer in trying to deal with those issues. Secondly, it's very important when we deal with this issue of unemployment for us to understand that the job creation is a joint effort between all government departments as well as the private sector. There are various programs which we are having with the private sector as different departments. But as government, there's a program which is known as the Presidential Youth Employment Program, where a number of young people are being taken and employed for a period of 2 years, some extended to 3 years. It's an employment initiative. It also trains some of the young people. It works in the different departments. There is also some programs which we are doing with the private sector. And I want all the young people who want to apply for jobs to go and Google, because most of us are carrying these cell phones, the smartphones. You Google Employment Services of South Africa. That's where, as an individual, you can be able to deposit your CV. And what we will do, once you have deposited your CV, we take that information and match it with the various employers who are looking for people to employ. So if you go and look for ESSA, ESSA, or Employment Services of South Africa, you'll be able to get that. There are various programs there. There's a big program also we're doing with the private sector, which is called Harambe, where we've employed thousands of young people. They are matched into those particular jobs. So it's very important then that you use those initiatives But over and above that, the president unveiled a program in 2020, which is known as the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan, where we're talking about different sub-programs. The mass public employment programs are party to that. And all those programs which are there, industrialization, because we don't have industries now. We're trying to come to put the industries, we're trying to localize. Other people were talking about the minerals, as much as we do have those minerals, but they are processed outside our own areas, which we call it beneficiation. So all those programs, we are trying to create massive jobs, being led by Minister Delil on the infrastructure, building our roads, building our bridges. We think that we're going to be having a lot of jobs if we work together in terms of those programs. But also, we have various training schemes. There's a very important training scheme which is known as, or is happening under the Labor Activation Program, under the Unemployment Insurance Fund, which is targeting both the young people and those workers who are above 35. And I'm going to request and invite all the mayors here, together with their MMs, to get in touch with us. We can come back in a visit to come and talk about what will be the joint projects which we will do together. And our training, it's not just to give a lot of money and then after 3 months those kids are not employed. We train them and we want them to be placed in the jobs. So I'm inviting all the local municipalities in these areas. I will come with my officials and we talk about the programs they will propose in order to be able to help the young people. But also, we want to say we are also training those who have been retrenched, who have lost jobs in some of the areas. You can see that we have massive employment as a result of the retrenchments. We therefore, working together with the Department of Higher Education, we bring the money from LEP, they bring the money from the SETAs, and we retrain and upskill some of the workers and refocus them and give them the new skills so that they are employable in terms of the demand of the labor market. And lastly, Mr. President, I want to talk about the Unemployment Insurance Fund, given the fact that a lot of people are losing jobs. Others are getting injured at work. There has been a complaint about the accessibility of the unemployment or the Unemployment Insurance Fund and even the compensation fund. Unemployment for the workers who want to access the money as a relief during that period they are unemployed. Compensation fund is the workers who get dumped when they are injured. Now, we have started a new program which we call the mobile centers, which are moving from these towns into the small dorpies on certain days. And we make the announcement in the radios so that on that particular day, the people are able to come and they are helped. And maybe again after 2 weeks or after a month, we come back so that those services are accessible to our people. And I want to repeat as I leave this platform, the mayors, the MMs who are here, we are requesting that you call us, we will be ready to come back and sit down and have possible schemes which we can run together. And then we think that they will be able to help a number of young people in creating the jobs. But there's a lot which is happening in the big programs which are led by the president. Thank you.
Baie dankie minister Nesi. 'n Paar van die mense wat hier gepraat het, die topic van grond oorgepraat. Particularly in saying onze mense het nie grond nie. En onze mense wil grond kry. But one of them then said, a lot of the land also here in the Northern Cape is owned by the Department of Public Works. I'm now going to ask Minister Patricia de Lille om voor te kom, om ons verduidelik wat gebeur hier.
Die president praat mooi Afrikaans, né? Premier het hom mooi geleer. President, dankie vir die geleentheid in middag aan al die goeie mense, die mooi mense van hierdie distrik. Dit is so dat baie mense het gepraat oor die grond. Meneer die president, ek dink ek moet terugkom. Want die grond behoort aan nasionaal, en sekere grond behoort aan die provinsie, en sekere grond behoort aan die munisipaliteite. Dit is waar dat daar is baie groot stukke oop grond hier in die Noord-Kaap. En dat elke een van die vlakke van regering moet kom sê vir die mense wat het hulle op hulle landregister wat daar geregistreer is. Sodat ons mense kan aansoek doen. Ek weet byvoorbeeld hier langs die Oranje rivier is daar nog 'n paar plotte wat behoort aan publieke werke. En ons kan bespreek met die minister van Landbou hoe ons daardie plotte beskikbaar maak. So ons moet definitief terugkom en 'n grondsummit kom hou, laat ons vir die mense kan sê wat behoort aan die regering en hoe mense kan toegang kry tot daardie grond. So ons sal definitely terugkom, ek sal praat met die premier en ons kan daardie summit reël so gou as moontlik. Die president het ook gepraat van die ouderdom van 35. Dit is so dat die EPWP ouderdom beperking is 35. Maar alreeds 'n maand gelede in die kabinetsligotla as ek gevra om daardie ouderdom te hersien en om dit weg te haal, sodat baie meer mense kan werk vind by EPWP. So, ek moet dan 'n verslag vat aan die kabinet, maar ons is besig om die beleid te hersien, om seker te maak dat ons nie baie mense uitskakel nie. Die laaste punt, president, is dat gister was ons in Keimus. Ons het begin die beplanning en die tender gaan uit die einde van November om 'n nuwe hof te bou daar. Net langs aan die polisiestasie. Maar die mense van Keimus en daardie distrik, julle moet betrokke wees by daardie projek. Ek het gister gevra dat daar moet 'n projeksteringkomitee gestig word, sodat publieke werke, public works kan gereeld skakel en vir die mense sê, wat is die voordele in daardie tender vir hulle? Hoeveel werke gaan gegee word aan plaaslike gemeenskappe en plaaslike besighede? So ons het al ons eerste social facilitation gehad, maar ons wag nou vir die mense van Keimus om daardie komitee te stig so gou as moontlik. Maar onthou as jy gekies word op die komitee om jou organisasie te verteenwoordig. Jy moet ook terugvoering gaan gee aan enige organisasie wat jy aan behoort. Want jy kom nie daar om jy jackets te kom verteenwoordig en jy kom daar om die mense te verteenwoordig. So, ons moet seker maak dat die mense in Keimoes munisipaliteit altyd die waarheid weet en wat is die voordele vir al die mense daar. Maar daar is te veel grondeise wat ook nog uitstaande is. En as ons daar die summit het, dan kan ons ook praat oor die uitstaande grondeise wat daar nog is. Want baie van ons mense gaan dood terwyl hulle wag vir die grond om terug te kom. Baie dankie. Dankie, president.
Baie dankie, minister De Lille. Ek is baie bly om te hoor dat jy sal 'n grond summit reël sodat die wat ons vandag gehoor het, die grond of die land vir die Griekwas, die San en die Khoi, sodat ons mense die San en die Khoi moet nie soos uitlanders voel nie. Want ek het gehoor dat hulle voel dat hulle is uitlanders. Niemand hier in Suid-Afrika wat 'n Suid-Afrikaner is, moet voel dat hulle is uitlanders. We are all South Africans. And I'm very pleased, Minister, to hear that there must be portions, pieces of land along the Orange River. Last night I slept in a hotel which borders on the Orange River. Dit is 'n baie mooi rivier daardie. En ons moet sorg dat ons mense ook kan iets kry van die land wat naby die rivier is. Like all others who have been benefiting over the years. So ons moet dit doen. Now, one of the things that was also raised had to do with schools, basic education. Ek gaan nou vra vir minister Motshega om voor te kom om met skole kan praat. Minister Motshega.
Thank you very much, President, and good afternoon to all the members here. President, the main question was really around special schools, which was a very emotional one. And if we have to recall, the NDP instructs us to have an inclusive education which leaves no one behind. And I'll be the first to admit, President, that that is one area that we are not where we should be. And that's why the presentation was this emotional, because it is a major problem. In 2018, I even declared 2018 a year of special education because there are major challenges. And early this year, I convened a national conference to assess our progress in the past 3 years since 2018. And amongst other things we picked up, President, was that indeed we have made lots of progress from where we are, but major challenges remain. But what is also very helpful that after 2018, Treasury started allocating money for us to deal with special education. But other things that came from that, the January Likhota, it's a question of skills around the area of special education, because it's not an area that we had developed very well as a country. So there's shortages of skills for people to deal with special education. We have very few teachers who can sign language. We have very few teachers who can really deal with all sorts of disabilities and even the serious ones. But the advantage is that we have a budget. But what also came, which is another area of underspending, because once we assessed and have the resources, our plans were, in some provinces, were not picking up very well because of those legacies. And that's why the lady who spoke here said she could only find a child a place in Cape Town. Because the only provinces that are able to cope is Gauteng and Western Cape. And simply because historically they've always had schools for special education, especially with serious disabilities. So what, based also on, because as you could see, President, it's a very emotional subject for parents because it brings enormous pains to families. I'm going to speak with my colleagues that when we go to cabinet, I think because we have the money, the problem is that we are even underspending because the other provinces are not able to put quickly the programs that needs to be put in place because of skills, resources, and all sorts of things. And I'll speak with my colleague here, the MEC, that I think when we go back to CEM, it's to request to make a proposal to Treasury that they allow us to redesign our financial plan so that children who come from Northern Cape, if they find space in the Western Cape or Gauteng, they can be subsidized by their provinces, because those provinces will be unable to subsidize them if their home provinces are not paying. So I think it's something we have to do, because these other provinces continue to underspend because there's no capacity and the problem is huge. So I thought we'll deal with that, and I think MEC Monakali will support me on that one. But we'll continue to monitor and admit that it's an area of great concern. And it's an area, President, to report myself to yourself that it's an area we're struggling. We're not performing at the level we should be performing. There was also information about, and I think that's advice, what we should do with boarding schools. And I don't think we can really say, yes, indeed, when schools close, we will not ask kids to go home. It really is a logistic issue. We note it as a matter that we'll discuss. There was also a point about aftercare, and I was whispering to Minister Zulu that ourselves actually need those aftercare programs, so that when kids leave school, there are receiving centers where they can do all sorts of things, which we have to run together. They can do reading, they can do homeworks, they can do sports, they can do arts, and it will be very helpful to support that initiative that the lady has raised. But it's something that we should run with social development, we should run also with sports, we should run also with the Department of Arts, and that we're taking. The other issue around let me leave the personal story, President. I'll come back to it after. Just as a side, you see this young chap who's sitting in front of the president. When I came here, I saw all these young ones under 10. I said, my children, this time of the day, we're here with you. What do you want? They said, Minister, we'll go to school on Monday. Today we're coming to see the president. It will never happen in our lives that we see the president. And this one has been standing here to say, the police won't allow me to come forward. Just quickly take a picture so that I come out with the president. So those people here, President, their shop steward said, please don't chase us. It will never happen in our time that we are with the president at the same place. And I already felt that I should leave them. As I closed, also about job opportunities, without promising people, I think it's and we've been doing road shows as a Department of Basic Education. We've inherited ECD from social development. And it's another huge area of growth, President. More than 5 million children are outside the net. So, which means we have to train thousands of young people. So I hear the story about matriculants. But our starting point is people should not come if they don't want to teach or to be with children. And in the sector, we are saying to be on PESAL. It takes 4 years training. You can't be on PESAL in education if you don't have 4 years training. So those matriculants should prepare themselves to be ECD practitioners with 4 years training in all economies that beat us in education. Their ECD practitioners are the most educated and have been trained longer than even high school teachers. So there's going to be a huge opportunity, and we'll be recruiting those young matriculants. But please, if you don't like children, don't waste time. It's going to frustrate you. But there's another area of huge potential for job creation. So, President, those are the ones that I picked up really around special education and aftercare programs for reading. So those are the ones. I hope I've not missed anything.
Now I want your shop steward to come to the stage. Come. Nou, hierdie is die laaste dag wat jy nie skool toe gaan nie. Jy het nou die president gesien, maar op maandag, waar gaan jy? Skool toe. Baie goed, baie goed. Thank you very much. One of the very good programs we are proud of is the presidential employment stimulus program. That in the past 2 years, particularly during COVID, led to the employment of some 800,000 people who worked, 600,000 who worked in our schools. And if Minister Mutsecha had time, she would have spoken about it, how well it was executed. And Northern Cape also benefited from this program because a paar eintlik al julle skole het hierdie jong mense gekry who were assistants and who were able to do all sorts of work, including IT work and so forth. One of the great endowments that julle had here in Noord-Kaap is minerale. You have minerals, and you've got minerals from iron ore to manganese, to copper, and many others. Now, one of the things that we've been hearing is the complaint against, yes, the ownership of minerals. I'm going to ask Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane, who is the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy, just to come and explain this program of ownership that we have in the mines in our country. As you come up, Deputy Minister, as you come up, one of the places I visited yesterday was Redstone, which is in Postmansberg. Now, the community is going to be a beneficial owner of a sizable ownership of the facility where we are already generating renewable energy. And indeed, in a number of other facilities, our communities and black entrepreneurs have become owners. And this is being done in the light of our policy of black economic empowerment, broad-based black economic empowerment, to allow our communities to benefit from this. Now, this was raised, and the Deputy Minister who works with Minister Mantashe, will just touch on this and how we are enforcing these laws. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm going to greet the community of Upington. I'm not sure whether I'm pronouncing the area correctly. It's Upington, yes. Yeah. Maybe in terms of ensuring that we ensure that our people benefit in terms of the mining activities that take place in their areas. It comes a very long way. As you know that it started around 1955 during the Freedom Charter, where there is a clause that says, all minerals beneath the soil shall belong to the people as a whole. Then, as part of our transformation agenda as the African National Congress and the government in South Africa, we took a stance of ensuring that we enact laws that are going to be responsive to the needs of our communities, in particular where there are mining activities that are taking place. So what we have done, we drafted a law which is called MPRDA, which is responsive to the needs of our communities. There is also another one, which is the Mining Charter. Although we believe that there are some issues, some are taking it to the courts because they are challenging the interpretation and analysis of the charter, because they want to understand whether is it a regulation or a law. So we are still busy processing those processes in terms of the interpretation of the mining charter. But basically, social and labor plan projects are trying to respond to the needs of our communities in ensuring that they do benefit. Where there are mining activities taking place, the mining company has a responsibility to make sure that our communities, they benefit, either through projects that are implemented in the community or either through bursaries. There are also royalties that our traditional authorities benefit out of it. We also have inspectors within the department and the regional offices in each and every province, where they go around ensuring that there is compliance with the mining charter, because it is the obligation of the mining permit that our people must benefit through the social and labor plan projects. But there are also other programs that we are embarking on. For instance, in the Northwest, we have started a program of the Women Diggers program, where women are then roped into the mining activities, the entire value chain. Here in Kuruman, we have started another project where we are busy training about 40 women to make sure that they also form part of the entire value chain of the mining activities. We are working closely with our entities, the Council for Geoscience, as well as MinTech, in ensuring that they get trainings in terms of entrepreneurship as well as small-scale mining. If you have further questions that you need to understand, we do have our area manager here, Mr. Ndlelentle Zindela, who is responsible for this area. He is a very competent man who is going to assist you and take you through the processes on how do you go about for you to be able to access a mining permit. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Well done. Thank you. We are now going to move a little faster. I'm going to want Minister Kubai to come and address the issue of houses. Now, in talking to the Premier, the Northern Cape has a shortfall of 80,000 units of houses. Now that has to be addressed. And that is what the Premier is most concerned about, because he sees a proliferation of informal settlements in a number of places. And wherever one goes, we hear the same concern about houses and people having a shortage of houses. So I'd like the Premier, the Minister, to address this, but also to address the other issue that came up. There was one of my sisters who came up and spoke about women in construction, so that we also touch on the issue, the challenges, the probleme vateleno in the construction industry. Minister, please, let's touch on that, and thereafter we'll touch on 2 or 3 other issues, and then we'll ask the Premier to round off, and then I'll close.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me first acknowledge the challenge in Northern Cape, specifically in the allocation. It's more around the challenge of equitable share. On human settlements, Northern Cape gets the least in terms of the funds. We've been working together with National Treasury to try and see how best can we respond to the baseline allocation. So we're still in the process. We're not yet done, but conversations are continuing. One of the things that we took as a decision was that Northern Cape will be utilized as a pilot for the front loading that the Minister of Finance had already talked about. I've asked the team, Mr. President, to talk to SAWIC because we, as the Department of Human Settlements, we've launched all SAWIC chapters across provinces, including here in the Northern Cape. So I want to understand, I've asked the MEC, none of us are not sure why our colleague was saying they are not recognized. Perhaps it's in terms of allocation, because in other provinces you might find that they are allocated specific recognition in terms of projects, but we'll take it up because in terms of their launching, it has been done. In terms of their structure in the province, it has been done. Mr. President, the other issue that was raised was around illegal occupation of land. We have checked our records. In terms of ZW district, we don't have illegal occupations that are on record, but we've asked for records to check. We know the district that we have a bit of a challenge is around Kimberley, so we are dealing with that. But in this district, when we checked our records, we don't have that much. On service sites, quite a number of communities raised challenges around allocation of houses and service sites. Mr. President, we have several projects that we are working on, maybe just to indicate to the communities. We have a KMOS project in Kamako project. It's now at 1,541 residential sites. It's in progress, under constructions currently. In 8COMS, 748 projects. We have 748 residential sites that are currently under construction, almost done. This will be sites that are given to communities. In Groblershoop, it's 1,539 residential stands that are given. This is a project in that area. In Smarties, 328 residential stands that are located there. In Dakota, we've got 409 residential stands where houses will be built. In Jahans Stadium, 128 residential areas that are allocated with projects for houses. In Pabalelo, Makweta Valley, we've got 503 residential sites in that area. Another Pabalelo project is Pabalelo North East with 990 project sites, a residential area. The other one is in Rosedale 400 project, which has 400 residential stands. Rosedale 438 is another site with 438 residential stands. Rosedale, 452 projects. This are other area. In Pabalelo as well, we have another one, which is almost around 881 sites. This will be built. Some of them will be, first we are giving residential sites with service sites. This will be with bulk infrastructure, water, which is water, sanitation, and electricity. And then as we go along, as we're looking for more budget allocation, then we'll be able to provide for houses. The other issue that was raised, it's around military veterans. We have 15 military veterans that have been approved currently by the National Department of Military Veterans and Defense. Out of those 15, 10 of them are in this district and 5 of them are in another district. We can only allocate, Mr. President, and communities military veterans houses once they've been verified and approved by the National Department of Defense and Military Veterans. So we work on that. We previously had a challenge in the province. When I was here, we met with the Premier together and the MEC first with the military veterans, and we agreed on a process. In the district, Pixley, for example, we did rectify and started allocating. So the work around military veterans allocation of houses, we currently underway as the department, and we on track. The only slack is that sometimes we find military veterans that are saying we don't houses, only to find they are not yet verified by the Department of Defense and Military Veterans, and we can't allocate those houses. Mr. President, in Plangeni, Larry raised the issue. This area, for example, lacks in terms of bulk infrastructure, and what has been done is that, and the national team was there this week, 90% of the planning has been done in this township. We've completed. We are waiting for the district tribunal to finalize the work so that the process of declaration of a township can be done, and this will allow for services to be put in, especially permanent services. In Kai Kharib, the work that has been done, it's around service site. This is one of the areas as well. The province, Coxstar, has assisted the Kai Kharib municipality to apply for MIC, while there are shortages that we have from the human settlement side. Once that has been approved, services will be put. I must say, Mr. President, again, I think it's Amanda from Posting, Ward 3. I think it's also around the issue of Satsabani local municipality. We are confirming that we are waiting for finalization of plans so that we can implement. We will pay attention to 2 municipalities specifically, Mr. President, which is K municipality and Kai Kharib, because it does need us to come forward with more resources. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Baie dankie, minister. Nou, ons wil hê ons moet praat oor die geleenthede wat hierdie provinsie het, particularly in relation met al die wonderlike dinge of goed wat julle het hier in hierdie provinsie. Julle het die son, julle het die wind, and julle het ook hydrogen, die hydrogen nuwe sektor van onze economie. Ek gaan nou vra vir minister Barbara Creasy om voor te kom, om bietjie kom praat oor hierdie nuwe geleenthede wat ons het. Because, come forward, minister, as I speak, want this is the new sector that is opening up. Now, the Premier will give you the figures, because he's got the figures on his fingertips. I just want Minister Creasy, who is the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, just to talk a little bit about these great opportunities, die wonderlijke geleenthede wat ons het in hierdie provinsie, with regard to the sun, die sonkrag, the wind, windkrag, and hydrogen. and the opportunities which the Premier will talk about in Bochubai that is calling us, which is going to generate a great deal of growth in this province. And the Premier will give us a little bit more detail, but Minister will talk about how we are now embracing this new energy source, which she's helping to manage with Minister of Energy. Minister.
Baie dankie meneer president. Goeiemiddag almal. Voordat ek praat oor die groen hydrogen, kan ek net praat oor die air quality issues, Mr. President. One of the questioners asked the question, what are we doing about the poor air quality in the mining areas? And we did receive this complaint about the poor air quality at Gatelopele local municipality and also Tsansabani local municipality. So 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, we went to Idwala mine in Daniel Scale, and we also went to the Kolomela mine in Postmasburg. Both of those mines have agreed to finance an air quality monitoring station. That air quality monitoring station, Mr. President, will give figures to the mine to say whether they are exceeding the air quality standards and whether or not the emissions that are coming from the mine are damaging to human health. So once those stations are built, Mr. President, we will work together with the local municipality to monitor the emissions and to make sure that the air quality that is coming out of those mines is not damaging to the communities that live there. On the hydrogen, our country and the rest of the world are gradually moving away from using coal to generate electricity to using sunshine. Now, South Africa is one of the top 10 sunniest countries in the world. And what that means is that here in the Northern Cape, you have a greater potential to generate electricity than anywhere else in the country. We are working together with Eskom to start to build transmission lines, these big electricity carrying pylons that will move electricity from the Northern Cape to the rest of the country. But we are also in partnership with our Premier to develop something that we call green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is a new kind of fuel that can be used in the future to power ships and to power airplanes. And the Premier will tell you about the partnership that exists in Bochubai. But the important thing that we want everybody here to understand is that we are working with the Northern Cape to find something that can change this problem of werkloosheid that everybody spoke about, and can find something that can use the natural, God-given environment to create work and to fight poverty here. Let me pause there, Mr. President, and we can ask Premier Saul to give the details of the Bochubai project. Thank you.
Hierdie projekte gaan baie investments bring and the province. In fact, as we look now, almost 200 billion rand has been invested in our renewable program, and 64% of that has come here in the Northern Cape. And much more is going to come. And already we are seeing quite a lot of job creation. In fact, the Premier, when he comes to touch on a few issues, will tell you, because he's tracking the figures, the Northern Cape has been able to create more jobs than many others, and the level of unemployment in the Northern Cape is continuously coming down in relation to many of our other provinces. So the Northern Cape is a big target for big investments that are going to come. I was in Saudi Arabia with a number of ministers already, and some of the companies that are seeing the opportunities here in the Northern Cape with regard to solar, with regard to renewables and green hydrogen, want to come to no other place other than the Northern Cape. And I hope you are all ready for the investments that are going to keep coming here. Now, very quickly, there were quite a number of social issues that were raised, Minister Zulu, and I'd like you to come and very quickly address and touch on some of those issues as quickly as we can. I want to move forward because we've been here since just after 10, and I'll call on one or two others. The issue of military veterans, which I was going to ask Minister Gungubele to address, was touched on a little earlier by Minister Kubai, so you got a good relief there. And then I'm going to go to the agriculture part, and I'm going to ask, there's a seat here, so that we don't waste time. Okay, you'll come up later. Minister Didiza, and I'm going to ask on the issue of small and medium enterprises, because we've got to open opportunities for our people. And I saw it yesterday in Postmansberg, because a number of the community people had wanted to see me, because they wanted to raise the issue of how small and medium enterprises can participate in the big projects that are already taking place in our province. And that is precisely what we want to support, so that we support our people as they get into business opportunities that are being opened by these big billion-rand investments. So Minister Stella Ndebeni Abrahams will also come forward. Who's behind me now? Oh, Minister Zulu. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Maybe I should start by indicating that myself and the MEC Vilakazi of Social Development, we did have visits yesterday to some homes. Secondly, we also work very well with each other, and I'm sure that she also will be able to follow on the issues that have been raised here. But I do, Mr. President, without necessarily having to answer all the questions that were raised here, I'd like to indicate it's a pity you did not get a chance to go to any of the communities, because one of the things that I found in Upington, but in Northern Cape in general, the communities are very organized, their townships are very neat, they are very clean, they plant beautiful flowers, they have little gardens where they plant flowers. I was saying to the MEC of Agriculture, we should maybe try and balance between the flowers that are beautiful they're planting and give them seeds to make sure that they can also have gardens, so that within the flowers they can produce the carrots and cabbages and all. The issue of drugs, Mr. President, every year, since I've been a Minister of Social Development, in November we are always here because we combine issues of gender-based violence and femicide, as well as the issue of drugs, but also human trafficking, because this province is one of those provinces that is suffering from human trafficking. So we do come back, we will come back again and do the programs that we normally have, and people attend to those programs. With regard to the, I raised another issue with Minister Mutshekga, that as the Department of Social Development, we have the community, the CNDCs we call them. Children come out of school and they go to those centers. And in those centers, they are fed before they go home. In some of the centers, actually, they go to the center in the morning before they go to school. I'm now saying to Minister Mutshekga and myself, we must look at other services that we can do, like them being able to do their homeworks in the schools and be monitored. But obviously the challenge is getting the teachers there and getting the social workers there. Overall, there is also the issue of NGOs who are supposed to receive funding from the Department of Social Development. Here is fact, Mr. President. Many of them do not comply. And there's one thing that we will not be able to do, is to give financial resources to people who are not complying, because we are expected to comply. It's taxpayers' money. And we go to the communities to explain. We also help them, Mr. President, as a department. The department takes responsibility of teaching them the accounting, the accountability, and how they have to do that. Lastly, the issue of drugs and abuse of drugs. Yes, Mr. President, yesterday we visited places. It's the worst thing that you can ever see. Children are out on the streets after school. You can see that they're very organized kids, but they are all over the streets. Myself and Minister Peggy Cele, I think we have to work in a united form together, the MEC of and the police too. We work together to just make sure that the issue of drugs is dealt with. But the issue of drugs will not be dealt with if we don't catch the big fish who are the ones who are distributing the drugs to the people. They are known. Unfortunately for us, Mr. President, some of the communities also keep quiet because they are afraid. Lastly, Mr. President, we have a problem of teenage pregnancy. It is a shame, and some parents even keep quiet about it. We have children at the age of 11, 12, 13 having children. What kind of a man makes an 11-year-old, a 10-year-old pregnant? And if communities think it's only government that can deal with this, it's a big mistake. This is a societal problem. All the communities must talk about it. The nurses in the clinics, they see these children coming, they check on them for antenatal, but they don't report to anybody. I believe this is one thing that community need to deal with. All these things cannot be dealt with by government alone. Everybody has to stand up and support. Thank you.
Baie dankie. Minister Didiza, come forward, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Premier and Mayor, as well as my colleagues who are here, ministers and deputy ministers. President, we are going to do it in a style so that my MEC speak in Afrikaans, because the community needs to hear. Yesterday, Mr. President, myself, the MEC and deputy minister, we did have a meeting with traditional leaders, with farmers, as well as with members of the community property associations, commonly known as CPAs.
Goedemiddag, dankie president. Gister ons het die geleentheid gehad saam met ons traditional layers en ook saam met die CPA se layers ook en ook saam met die union Farmers Union Association.
President, one of the issues that was raised relates indeed to the issue of support to small and medium farmers, and more particularly to subsistence farmers, which we are fortunate that through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, you have also rekindled. And therefore, we want to say to the women who raised the issue of 1 household, 1 hectare, we will resuscitate that program working with the provincial MECs so that we address the issue of household food security.
Gister ons ook saam met Okay. Gister ook saam met oor gepraat oor die een hectare, een woman. So die ook saam met die program. Ja, 1 vrouwmens en 1 hectare. President. En ook oor die pensie, die program en die presidentse program oor wat onze mensen gee en die zak en met ook saam met onze mensen kan ook saam oor zeker maak hulle gebruik die landbouw. Dank u.
The other issue that was raised, Mr. President, was raised by one of the traditional leaders around the issue of community property associations and the relationship with the traditional authorities. I would like to address this issue, Mr. President, because in yesterday's meeting, it was very clear that part of the challenges relate to how traditional leaders, after land has been transferred to the respective communities, which also involves CPAs, at times they do not continue participating in that processes, and a rift then occurs. We have encouraged them that there's a need for continuation in engagement, because part of the problem is that some of our traditional leaders, when such land is transferred to the communities of which they are part, they regard it as an extension of the communal land, and that's where the tension emerges.
Ons het ook gepraat oor die samenwerking van die CPA en ook die traditionele layers. Om hulle te sê, as het die grond na onze mensen gee, die traditional layers, hulle dink is automatieke om seker te maak hulle die grond by hulle is, maar die grond behoort na die mense toe. So hulle moet maak seker dat hulle werk saam om seker te maak hulle develop the land. Ontwikkel die grond.
The other issue, Mr. President, that was raised. The other issue that was raised relates to seasonal work of farm workers. The matter that was raised by some members of the community was a challenge of seasonal work for farm workers.
Die ander ding wat gehoor gepraat is die uitdaging van die seasonal werken van ons by die plaaswerk.
This is a matter which I think, Mr. President, we will have to work with the Department of Labor so that we can reskill and repurpose some of those members so that when the season of a particular commodity is not in season, they can be able to do some of the work in the agricultural sector.
Dat betekent dat die departement van landbouw en ook departement van labor moet samenwerken weet om zeker te maken die werker hulle zitten bij die huisie dan klaar hulle die werking. So dat moet het samenwerken tussen die 2 departementen wees.
The other matter, Mr. President, related to the support to those who have been given land by government. 2 things were raised.
Dan moet ek ook die 2 goed is, maar zeker gemaakt wordt, dan moet ook eens ondersteunen naar die mensen wat die klaar die grond teruggekregen.
The issue is about supporting those people who have been given land, and we have agreed with the MECs that we'll have to work together and other government departments such as the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises on how we can support those people who have received their land.
Om ons ook samen met de andere departement samen werk, om zeker te maken dat is ondersteun om bij die mensen wat die land teruggekregen het, ook samen met die departement van SMME's, om hulle te zeker maken, hulle gee hulle die funksies om die land te ontwikkelen.
Mr. President, we've got a challenge with people who have received restituted land in the Northern Cape. Some of them have received land that has got mineral resources, and they have received permits, and unfortunately my colleagues have not been able to assist them on how they can utilize those permits so that they can get investment on the land that they had received.
Paar van onze mensen het die grond teruggekregen. Paar van hulle se grond het mineralen. So moet samen ook samen met die departementen van mineralen om zeker te maken, hulle krijgen die licentie om die grond, om zeker te maken, hulle ontwikkelen ook dit.
So we have agreed that between us and the Ministry of Minerals and Energy, we will have to see how best we assist those communities. We will therefore come back to this area so that those specific community property associations who have received such land can be better assisted in order to reap the benefits of the land that they've received.
Minister sê sy gaan seker maak sy gaan weer terugkom en saam met ook die departemente van die mineraal om seker te maak ons mense gaan ook die help kry van ons die regering af.
The last issue, Mr. President, relates, and my Premier, as well as my MEC for local government, they are aware of this issue, which is one of those issues we need to resolve, the transfer of trunker land to those communities.
Die ander ding is ook die trankerland. Onze mensen het ook gekla oor die trankerland. So die departementen van local government, samen met die departement van minister, gaan zeker maken, hulle gaan zelfs en ook zeker maken die mensen gaan die hulle se trankerland reis krijgen.
This is the matter that we must work with and quickly resolve it in order to make sure that those communities can receive the land back from our government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Baie dankie.
Mooi Afrikaans.
Ik probeer, president.
Ik zie, je probeert mooi Afrikaans te praten hier. Ja. Ik zie. Ik ga nu vragen voor minister Dabeni Abrams om hier te komen praten over small business. Minister.
Baie dankie, meneer president. Goedemiddag allemaal. I tried, right? Okay. Well, I'm going to respond to a few things that have been mentioned. President, in March this year, we crisscrossed this province together with Premier Sol and MEC Foslo, wherein we were engaging with all small businesses in different sectors. Now to respond to some of the things that were raised that again found expression today here. We met with a group of small-scale miners who were complaining of lack of support, both from DMRE and ourselves that we're not looking at. We know, Deputy Minister, that although you have given mining licenses or permits, but there's no business development support that is provided towards those small-scale miners. We therefore committed that we're going to help in terms of providing funds as part of business development support on exploration of those that have the mining rights. And if we do that, Mr. President, we believe that would have given our people a leeway into participating in the mining sector as they ought to participate. The second issue that was raised was the issue of lack of processing or opportunities when it comes to the agricultural space. And we did say that when we come back, we're going to be looking at interventions that we must make, because although you are good in beef, you're good in certain aspects of farming, of whether it's grapes, but there's lots of agricultural products that are found in this province, but there is no support towards processing. And we said we are working with Minister Didiza, as she explained here, to say how do we enhance the opportunities that are here for processing by providing both the business development support and money. Everything requires money when you are small businesses. Realizing that we don't have enough pockets to provide the small businesses with the funding they need, we then agreed that we're engaging the big corporates that are investing in this province to make sure that they provide some space through the ESD funds that are there, in order to make sure that we can match whatever funds that they have as part of the 3% towards this province, and we assist those small businesses that were complaining that there are mining companies here, but locals are excluded. Now, if we join hands on the ESD funds, we are then able to take some of the local companies, including providing relevant business support to the opportunities in the mines, thereby unbundling both the value and supply chain in the mining industry and in the agricultural sector. The last issue is the issue of the permit fees that many people have been complaining about. I also saw a speaker that came here and complained, and we continue to engage local government to make sure that they relax some of the bylaws and regulations that really exclude small businesses from participating. The high permit fees are really excluding our small businesses, especially those that are in the informal sector. Yesterday in Kaimos, we provided equipment to about 78 small businesses, and this is what we've been doing throughout the province, Mr. President. But we are concerned, Premier, as we've said, MEC, yesterday. In all the monies that we are distributing, Northern Cape has, from 2018 to date, has only managed to get about 88 million rands that we have approved through CIFA. And out of that, we have disbursed about 58 million rands for now, from 2018 to 2022. And this is not good for small businesses in this area. This talks not only to the red tapes, Mr. President, but it also talks to the quality of businesses that we have in the area. That is why we agreed with the MEC, CIFA, and the LED officers and managers in the respective municipalities to say, let's look at our LED strategies, let's understand the investment plans of those that are here, so that when we go and apply, of course, with the support on business development support, because when we say apply for particular funding, you don't put all the information. We are aware that at times we'll come up with ridiculous criterion for you to access it. And we have removed all of those, except where we need to be sure that you do exist as the business person. That we can't take away. The second issue is the issue of small businesses that do not want to be tax compliant. The monies that we spend come from taxpayers' money. And therefore, if we are going to give you money, it's important that you are also compliant. SARS has made things easier to say for small businesses, between whatever turnover, at least you don't have to pay. All we have to do is to register with SARS and be honest to the country in terms of declaring the profits. I know that one is too difficult. People like hiding from the taxman. But it's for your own good that when we introduce certain schemes, you are able to benefit and also have an opportunity to participate in the businesses that we do, because SARS must be paid. As I say that, Mr. President, one of the red tape issues that has been highlighted is the fact that small businesses have to be running around all the time. For them to fill in a tender document in the municipality, they need to go to SARS, they need a bank certificate, they need and, Mr. President. And this is why we said we are developing an integrated digital system so that they can get everything on the top of their hand. You may come, Mr. President, and take your floor.
Thank you very much, Minister. You can hear that there are many small business people here. There are many other issues that we need to touch on. We can't, as I said, cover them all. No Premier Zamani Sol, no Roop, to come and touch on some of the issues, and then we will then close. Premier.
Vroeger het ek gesê goeiemôre. Nou is goeiemiddag. En die president het vir my nou gesê dat die mense van die Noord-Kaap is kragtig. Hulle sit hier van vanoggend af, dis amper as paar minute oor 3 nou. En die mense sit nog hier. En ek sê vir die president dat hulle kan sit tot 12 uur in die aand. Want daar's groot uitdagings en probleme hier in die Noord-Kaap. Maar soos ek geluister het, en ek wil net vir die mense verduidelik wat sal die proses is, daar's klomp goede wat hulle genoem het. Maar die proses is almal wat gepraat het. Die meeste van die mense het nie vir hulle self gepraat, hulle het vir die gemeenskap gepraat. Waar hulle vandaan kom. En nadat hulle gepraat het, hulle het na 'n tafel toe gegaan wat iewers daar is. Die ding gesê, hulle se adres gevat en al daai tipe goede. Op al die goede wat hulle genoem het, daar sal 'n opvolging wees. Op alles. En ons het hier ons ministers en adjunct ministers wat ook antwoorde gegee op paar van die goede wat hulle genoem het. Ek dink dit is nou baie belangrik. En ek is seker ons almal is bly om van vanoggend af hier te sit tot nou saam met die president en leerders van sy kabinet. Maar paar goede wat genoem was, wat ek wil hê graag, ek moet ook benoem, is die feit dat vir die finansiële jaar, het ons as die provinsie 185 miljoen rand ontvang voor the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. En soos ons praat, daar 7,000 jong mense wat deel is van die program. Dit is aan die gang. En that's a Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. Kan ons vir die president 'n lekker handeklap gee? Dit is die program van die president waar daar, soos ons praat, 7,000 jong mense nou in werksgeleenthede is. Hier in die Noord-Kaap net, maar dit is 'n nasionale program. Maar hier in die Noord-Kaap, ons het 7,000 jong kinders wat deelneem in die program. So daar's paar ander goede wat hulle genoem het, iets soos misdaad en dwelmsgebruik. Ek dink daar is nou heel wat groot probleme vir jong mense in onze provincie. En ons het ook antwoorde gekry van onze minister van die polisie. Dat beteken nou ons sal meer polities op die grond sien in die Noord-Kaap. En polities wat nie geld vat nie. Wat die geld vat van kriminele af nie. En dis wat ons nou reg soek. Wat hulle se werk sal doen en seker maak dat ons bekaap misdaad en dwelmsgebruik hier in onze provincie. Daar's iets wat die dame genoem het vinnig rondom die community health workers, gemeenskap, gesondheidswerkers Sy sit iewers daar. Ja, daar is die dame. In die provinsie ons het 2300 van hulle. En ek het nou saam met die LER gepraat hier. Hy sê toe hy inkom as die LER amper 2 jaar gelede, toe het hy die probleem daar gekry. Die probleem is nasionaal, net soos die president gesê het. Daar is net een provinsie wat hulle permanent opgeneem het op hulle stelsel en ons moet kyk wat sal nasionaal vir ons sê rondom dit. Want om hulle almal permanent op te neem, dit kom met koste. En ons moet geld kry om dit te kan doen. Maar die vraag van grond was geantwoord en ek dink soos Angie, die ding rondom spesiale skole. Dit begin nou 'n groot probleem raak vir die Noord-Kaap. Elke jaar, begin van die jaar, daar's ouers wat vra rondom dit. En ons is baie bly dat u gesê het, tesame met die LER hier in die provinsie, julle sal aan iets werk. Want dit is nou regtig 'n probleem en vernaam vir ouers wat gestremde kinders het. Dit is 'n hartseer storie en ons moet iets doen rondom dit. En is rondom die klein besighede hier in die Noord-Kaap, ondersteuning vir klein besighede, dis baie belangrik. En die meeste van die klein besighede is ons mense wat die geld het nie, wat so 'n bietjie benodig om ons vir 'n stootjie, dat hulle kan begin iets doen vir hulle self. So ons moet hard werk om seker te maak dat ons sal daai probleem oplos en vir hulle die nodige ondersteuning gee. Al die dorpe in die provinsie wat myne het, daar's groot probleme daar. En ons het die insig gehoor van die adjunct minister van myne. Daar's altyd probleme daar. Ek dink ons moet tyd maak om te probeer om die probleme op te los. Van in meeste gevalle al die dorpe wat myne het, sonplasse het en al die ander groot besighede. Die armoede is hoog in die dorpe. Baie min gebeur om ons mense en gemeenskappe te ontwikkel. So dis probleme wat ons moet vaskyk en met 'n oplossing kom, laat ons mense se lewensstandaarde kan verbeter. Maar president, daar was klomp goede wat genoem was en ek is seker dat die mense van ZFM weet dat ons sal hard probeer om al die probleme op te los. Maar ek wil sê dat daar was orde en dissipline vandag. Daar was orde en dissipline vandag. En ons is baie dankbaar vir dit. Ons is dankbaar vir dit. Met die uitdagings wat daar is. Toe ek saam met die president gister gepraat het, ek het saam met die president Karoo Afrikaans gepraat. Ek sê president, jy is in die Kalahari, maar ek sal saam met jou Karoo Afrikaans praat. Ek sê die mense is baie kwaad. In die Karoo as jy baie kwaad het, dan sê jy ek is vies. As dit is so nie. Ek is vies. As jy baie kwaad is, dan sê jy is vies. So ek sê vir die president, die mense is baie kwaad. Toe sê die president, wat kan ek dan verwag as die mense so kwaad is? Sê, president, as die mense baie kwaad is, hulle kan baie bedeer raak. Julle verstaan ons in die Karoons noem dit bedeer. Ek weet hier in die Kalahari, julle sê bedonderd. Ja, ek sê vir die president, die mense is bietjie bedeer, die mense hier, bietjie bedeer. Ek praat nou Karoo Afrikaans. Ek praat nou Karoo Afrikaans, nie die ene van die Kalahari nie. So die mense is baie bedonderd. Toe dink ek, jong, dit sal 'n lelike warme vergadering daar wees. En ek sê vir die president, daar's 'n ander vergadering wat ek hier bygewoon het. Toe staan 'n ander tannie hier by op die deur. Hy sê vir my, weet jy wat, premier? As ek so bedonderd is, dan voel ek om 'n man te moer sommer. So daarom vandag ons het dit nie gekry nie. En kan julle vir julleself 'n lekker hande klap gee vir dit? Ek dink ons het 'n goeie tyd hier gehad. Ons het 'n goeie tyd hier gehad en ons is almal hier omdat ons u hele respekteer. Dis die rede hoekom ons almal hier is. En ons is almal hier want ons weet ons taak is om u hele te bedien. Is dit nie so nie? Soos ons hier sit, dit is nie verniet nie. Dit is nie verniet nie. Ons moet terugkom en vir u antwoord te gee. En nie net antwoord te gee nie, Ons moet verandering in u hele se lewens bring. Dis wat ons moet doen. So met daai paar woorde, baie dankie dat u hele so ordentlike groep was vir die vergadering en ons is baie trots op u hele. Baie dankie.
Ja, hierdie man is baie lang. Baie dankie, premier. Julle mense hier in die Noord-Kaap, julle is baie gelukkig. Julle het 'n premier wat baie hard werk, wat baie slim is, wat baie geleerde is. Hy doen sy werk baie mooi. Ek is baie bly om 'n premier soos ek is baie bly, ons het 'n baie goed Imbizo gehad. Daarom het ek gesê het dat dit is die beste Imbizo wat ons nog gehou het. Baie dankie. En ek wil ook sê dat ons het baie probleme in die land. Maar die Noord-Kaap het groot potentiaal. Ons sien die groot potentiaal. En ek wil net sê dat almal van ons moet saamwerk om hierdie potentiaal to make it happen. It is a potential that is out there, and I can count a number of the sectors of your economy. You have 300 kilometers of sea line, and the tourism, die toeriste, die baie besoekers wat nou hier kom, to come and look at your woestijn, the desert. Hulle kom kyk aan die blomme. They come to look at the Orange River and the great opportunities and the animals that you have here. The potential is great. Now we're talking about, as Minister Chrissy said, hydrogen. We're looking at the minerale wat julle het hier. Iron ore, titanium, manganese, copper, many others. And that lends itself to great opportunities. And this is one province rather, where I am absolutely certain we are going to see continued investments flowing in, where we are going to see our government also beginning to focus on new ways of doing things. For instance, we need to build more schools here. And we've been talking to the Department of Treasury that one of the things that we should start doing is to be forward-looking and be able to plan forward and be able to finance the schools that should be built now and project the funding into the future. Similarly, we should do that with housing as well. So these are wonderful experiments that we want to put in place here in the Northern Cape, and we will do it. I want to end by extending my gratitude to all of you. Ek wil net sê baie dankie sê that you've participated in this Imbizo in the disciplined, dedicated, and patient manner in which you've all participated. None of you has moved out. None of you has performed in a way that could disrupt the Imbizo. En ons weet, ons het baie probleme ook hier. But ek wil net dankie sê that you were able to present your problems, your challenges in a very dignified manner. Baie dankie vir daardie. En ek wil graag baie dankie sê vir al die staatsamptenare, those who have helped to prepare for this Imbizo. I want to say thank you, because as our officials, soos ons amptenare, julle het baie hard gewerk, en ons sê baie dankie vir al die werk wat julle gedoen het. En ek wil ook baie dankie sê vir al onze polisie. The police who've been here, they've been there at the distance, but they've made sure that our Imbizo also works well. En ek wil ook baie dankie sê vir onze voorsitters, wat baie mooi gewerk om hierdie Imbizo mooi te hanteer. And baie dankie to all the ministers, the deputy ministers, the mayors who've been here, MECs, and almal van julle. Julle is baie belangrik, en baie dankie. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, the Premier, ministers for their responses. We want to officially close the event. We want to officially declare the meeting presidential Imbizo closed, and we will want to give an opportunity for the president to leave the stage. The lady that was trying to wait with the music. The lady that was saying was trying for an ID for 9 years. Can she come to the stage, please? The lady that was saying she has been struggling to get an ID for 9 years. If she's still around, can she come to the stage, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Is the DM of cocktails here? Mr. Babella, is the DM of cocktail?
Game of tourism,
Oh, right.
Fish Mahalela, but he is the DDM champion for Northern Cape.
You want me to put him on?
You want
Yeah,
it?
we can.
Please, when it's done.
I'll throw some bites. I'll do some bites and then you'll come and finish. Go, Willie.
No, you can't.
Yes, I'm available to check audio. Thank you. All right, perfect. Here I am. Can you see me? Oh, perfect, my brother. Yes, I do have a guest. I'm just confirming him, but predominantly it will be bites that I do. I'm sending the name of the guest. That's it, brother. 100% correct. That's right.
Very closely. Not if you're not able to. I don't know what's going to happen.
Sorry, man. My phone is dying. My charger stopped working, so I have to put it in a certain position for it to work. Now I'm ready. I'll have a guest. Yeah. My guest is busy with another interview. Yes, I can hear Dudu. Thank you. Bro, Willie, put him like this, no? I'm making a path. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No need to rush. Tell Bro Willis, no need to rush. Tell Bro Willis, no need to rush. No need to rush. Good afternoon, Dudu. It certainly has been an interesting Imbizo. The Northern Cape is an interesting province because while it's South Africa's largest province, it's also one of its more sparsely populated provinces. There's 1.3 million people in the Northern Cape. Revealed here during the Imbizo is the fact that 600,000 of them are receiving social grants. It's an issue that needs to be addressed according to the Premier, but the President says that they know they're still not paying enough grants because the need is even more dire. And the President and the Premier and a host of 14 ministers, including the deputy ministers, were present here today, receiving direct questions and criticism from the people of the Northern Cape. Some of the more common themes from presidential Imbizos arose again, such as high unemployment in the areas, reports of corruption within the police, favoritism in government employment practices, But really some of the highlights were the way that the residents of the Northern Cape describe what's a burgeoning solar community. A lot of solar plants are based in the Northern Cape. They call them sun farms. And what's emerged is that the treatment at these solar plants of the employees is of serious concern. And they want the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform to address this by granting them rights on the lands close to the solar farms. But they also want a better treatment and better wages. Something that we saw emerge yesterday when there was a visit to the Redstone IPP project and workers there had been on strike for 3 weeks. There were, of course, a number of other concerns, and the Northern Cape has a predominant a community that's dominated by the classified colored people. They were asking for better traditional rights and the recognition of the Khoi and San people. The president responded directly to that, and of course we'll get to some comments from the residents as well as some comments from the president. What should be interesting to note is that the president encouraged the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development to make sure that the process of awarding land to the Griqua people, the Khoi people and the San people is addressed, saying that they don't want them to feel like foreigners in South Africa. So we'll get to the president's comments, but first let's listen to some of this criticism and some of these questions that have come from residents of the Northern Cape that gathered here in Upington. Just count me down. Those are residents of different areas in the Northern Cape speaking here at the presidential Imbizo. Much of the commentary coming from the people here, the questions, was in Afrikaans. We also saw the president deliver most of his speech in Afrikaans today. Many of the ministers also trying to speak a lot of Afrikaans, and they've tried to connect with the people in their own language. It certainly did seem appreciated by the community which is dominated by Afrikaans-speaking people. But the president going a step further and responding directly to some of the concerns raised, although at times it appeared that the people here weren't impressed or didn't believe what he had to say, particularly as the Premier was talking about the state of the government in the province, saying that they were working on things and that they were getting some serious results. Our interaction with most of these people has been that it's been a struggle to get decent service delivery, particularly in the far-flung areas such as Kakamas, Daar, Springbok, and then a number of other areas where the people didn't make it to the Imbizo because of the large land area of the Northern Cape. It's always going to be difficult to get people to come here. And we understand from some of the organizers that though they did send buses to nearly every town in the Northern Cape to collect people, in some instances those buses were turned away and they ended up loading people who were closer to this venue as the Imbizo was about to get underway. With me, I do have the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Mr. Fish Mahlelela, but before we get to speak to him, let's listen to what the President had to say in response to some of these questions and the criticism. How are you, dear?
Good, how are you?
Good. It's Govan Whittles, no?
Yes, Governor.
We'll speak just now.
Yeah, I know you have
He is the district
I'll introduce him like that just now when we do it, no? Cue me, no? As President Ramaphosa speaking at the presidential Imbizo here in Upington, it lasted about from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock, no disruptions of anyone's speeches. That's something to note. It's a first at these presidential Imbizos, which have been characterized by angry residents raising their concerns in a very frustrated way with the leadership. The Premier of the Northern Cape also commended everyone here for keeping their cool and raising their questions diligently and calmly. Let's speak to Mr. Fish Matlelela now. He is the Deputy Minister of Tourism, but for this interview, he's the District Development Model Champion of Government. He's been leading that process. And let's discuss the effectiveness of this kind of event and what it's supposed to, I suppose, yield. The government service delivery